The most profound traditions know that truth speaks only in silence. This work is your companion at the threshold of the night, that sacred space where you remember who you truly are. Here, there are no demands or dogmas, only a serene journey toward your center. As you release the noise of the day, you allow your purpose to emerge unhindered. Do not seek to understand. Seek to simply be. Prepare to discover that the stillness of this night is the mother of tomorrow's great clarity. Chapter 1. The Threshold, where noise fades away. There's a moment in the night that almost always goes unnoticed. It doesn't quite belong to the day that's ending, but neither does it belong to the sleep that hasn't yet arrived. It's a subtle threshold, a still territory where the body begins to lessen its burden, the mind slows down, and something deeper within you begins to claim space. Most people pass through this instant without noticing. They keep thinking, solving problems, remembering, anticipating. They remain tethered to external activity, even as everything around them has already begun to quiet down. However, you are here, and that means tonight can be different. Now you don't need to chase anything. You don't need to reach an immediate goal or prove you've understood something important. Nor do you need to force yourself to be calm. True serenity doesn't appear when you impose it, but when you stop holding so much tension at once. Perhaps your day was filled with tasks, words, pending matters, expectations, or emotions that mingled together until they became a single, continuous stream. Perhaps there were moments when you felt available for everything except yourself. And yet, here you are. You've reached this point where the night opens a door and offers you something the noise of the day rarely grants: the chance to feel yourself again from within. This return doesn't happen violently. It doesn't arrive like a jolt or a theatrical revelation. It arrives silently. It arrives when your attention stops scattering in all directions and begins to gently gather. It arrives when you understand that resting isn't just closing your eyes, but allowing the most tense layers of your experience to recede. For many hours you have responded to stimuli, demands, and signals. Now you can do something different. Now you can enter into yourself without haste. Perhaps a part of your mind still clings to the habit of remaining active. Maybe it wants to revisit conversations, imagine scenarios, correct what has already happened, or anticipate what doesn't yet exist. That part doesn't need to be fought. You're not here to battle your mind. You're here to patiently teach it that it no longer needs to maintain the same level of vigilance. The night doesn't demand performance from you. It demands honesty. It demands presence. It demands a gentler way of inhabiting yourself. Observe what happens when you stop feeding every thought that arises. You don't have to expel it. You don't have to deny it. Simply don't engage with it. Simply allow it to pass without making it the center of your attention. Some thoughts persist because they have automatically received your energy for a long time. When you stop supporting them, at first they seem to increase in volume, as if trying to convince you that they are indispensable. But not everything that makes noise has authority. Not everything that repeats itself deserves to remain. Little by little, you begin to notice that beneath this movement, there is another layer of yourself that was never truly altered. That layer is more serene, broader, more real. It doesn't depend on haste or outcome. It doesn't need to prove its worth at every moment. It's a presence that has been with you even on the most difficult days, even if it has sometimes been obscured by weariness, overwhelm, or the habit of living outwardly. Tonight, you're not here to create that presence. You're here to acknowledge it. You're here to give it space so it can feel close again. There is profound wisdom in the act of pausing before sleep. The world often teaches you to value what you produce, what you resolve, what you show, what you achieve. But in this moment, all of that fades away. Speed doesn't matter here. What matters is inner coherence. What matters is what happens to your energy when you no longer demand so much of yourself. What matters is how your consciousness begins to clear when it is freed from the overload. What matters is the possibility of entering rest without dragging the intensity of the day along as if it were your identity. Because you are not the sum of everything that happened today. You are not the conversation that troubled you, nor the mistake you keep replaying, nor the expectation that didn't meet the expectations you had. You are not the exhaustion that coursed through your body, nor the tension you had to endure to respond to what life asked of you. All of that may have touched you, even left its mark at times, but it doesn't diminish who you are. There is something more essential within you, something that cannot be measured by the level of pressure you have withstood. The night helps you remember that. This first threshold consists precisely of beginning to separate your essence from the noise, not from an intellectual idea, but from an intimate experience. Noise isn't just external sound. It's also the internal pressure that pushes you to keep going even when it's no longer necessary. It's the mental inertia that doesn't know when to stop. It's the feeling that if you don't keep thinking about everything, something important will be lost. However, often the opposite happens. When the excess subsides, clarity appears. When the pressure decreases, energy finds a cleaner way to organize itself. When the noise fades, your truth is no longer buried. Perhaps you haven't noticed it before, but your energy responds to what you accept as normal. If you've been accustomed to ending the day feeling overwhelmed, worried, or restless, your inner system may have assumed that this agitation is an inevitable part of the night. But it doesn't have to be this way. You can teach your consciousness another way to enter rest. You can show it that the night can also be a space of restoration, of returning, of gentle alignment. Not through imposition, but through conscious repetition. What you practice with tenderness begins to feel natural. And this practice begins with something very simple: allowing the day to leave you. Don't deny what you experienced, don't reject it, don't dramatize it. Just let it occupy the space it deserves. The day has done its part. Now it doesn't need to continue invading every corner of your being. You can honor what you experienced without carrying it with you. You can acknowledge what you felt without making it your permanent residence. You can be grateful for what you learned without remaining attached to the intensity of each scene. At this point, something important begins to stir within you. It's not yet a clear answer or complete certainty. It's more of a feeling of space, as if within your chest, your mind, and your inner world, a room that had remained full for too long begins to open up. This space isn't built through effort. It appears when you stop filling every second with tension. It appears when you remember that your worth doesn't depend on always being in a state of resolve. It appears when you accept that you too are worthy of calm. True calm doesn't make you passive. It doesn't disconnect you from your purpose. On the contrary, it begins to bring you closer to it. Because purpose doesn't usually reveal itself amidst inner chaos. It can be sensed, yes, but it rarely becomes clear when you're absorbed by the noise. You need space to recognize what truly resonates with you. You need silence to distinguish between what you've learned to chase and what truly arises from your core. You need rest to stop confusing urgency with direction. Tonight, you're not going to solve your entire life. It's not necessary. Nor are you going to force yourself to experience a total transformation in a single instant. What can happen, however, is something more valuable and more stable. You can begin to enter into a different relationship with yourself, a less tense, less fragmented relationship less conditioned by the pressure of having all the answers right now. And from this new relationship, your energy can rise naturally because it's no longer trapped in constant friction. Think about what happens to a lake when the wind dies down. The water doesn't need to learn to reflect. It already knows how. It simply requires that the surface no longer be relentlessly battered. The same is true for you. Your consciousness doesn't need to become something else to recognize clarity. It already possesses that capacity. It simply needs less interference, less saturation, less noise. This threshold is the beginning of that diminishment. Not a total absence of thoughts, not silent perfection, but a reduction sufficient for your inner depths to reveal themselves once more. And when that underlying state begins to emerge, you recover something that excessive activity often obscures: the feeling of presence. Presence doesn't mean rigidity, control, or spiritual vigilance. It means being truly with yourself, feeling yourself without escaping from yourself, remaining in your experience without dividing yourself among so many layers of tension, listening to what's happening deep within without immediately translating it into demands. Presence restores your inner dignity. It reminds you that you're not obligated to live apart from yourself to conform to the world. Little by little, the threshold becomes more visible. It's no longer just an idea. You begin to perceive it as a real transition. The noise of the day loses its authority. Scenes that once seemed enormous begin to diminish in weight. The mind understands that not everything requires continuity. The body ceases to sustain certain defensive impulses, and amidst this diminishment, something within you gently straightens. Not outward, but inward, as if a part of your being were remembering its natural position. That natural state isn't anxiety. It isn't distraction. It isn't constant mental exhaustion. Your most essential state has more space, more depth, and more order than you sometimes imagine. What happens is that daily life, with its speed and multiple stimuli, can make you forget that foundation. That's why the night is so valuable, because it interrupts the imperative to keep moving forward without pause, because it returns you to the realm where the invisible reorganizes itself, because instead of demanding performance, it offers you truth. This truth begins with a simple understanding. Not everything has to accompany you to sleep. You can leave things behind. You can allow certain worries not to cross this threshold with you. You can recognize that some thoughts don't deserve to enter the space where your energy needs to gather. That's not avoidance. It's discernment. It's inner maturity. It's beginning to choose more consciously what nourishes your energy field and what only depletes it. As you make that choice, your vibration also changes, not because you're repeating a formula, but because internal friction decreases. When consciousness stops pulling in opposite directions, a cleaner feeling arises, higher, more stable, not necessarily intense, but genuine. Vibrational elevation doesn't always feel like euphoria. Often, it feels like relief, like order, like meaningful stillness, like a peace that doesn't need to be proven. And perhaps that's what tonight begins to reveal to you. That peace isn't the absence of life, but a deeper way of participating in it. From there, everything falls into place. From there, sleep ceases to be an empty pause and becomes inner continuity. From Mama, there, purpose stops seeming like a distant goal and begins to feel like a direction that already breathes within you, even if it doesn't yet have a full name. You've reached the first threshold. The noise doesn't disappear at once, but it begins to lose its grip. Night falls. Your energy wanes. Your consciousness clears. And in that space that opens up when you no longer need to hold everything together, something essential finally begins to approach you. It's no coincidence that you're still here. If you want to delve even deeper, the first link in the description is waiting for you. Take a look. Chapter 2. The body learns to let its guard. During the day, your body does much more than you usually notice. It responds to rhythms, demands, changes in environment, words, glances, decisions, worries, and small tensions that accumulate without warning. Sometimes, nothing extraordinary has to happen for your system to remain on alert. It's enough to sustain a continuous sequence of demands. It's enough to move from one thing to another without a real pause. It's enough to live for hours in reactive mode without giving yourself enough time to return to yourself. Then night arrives, but the body doesn't always immediately understand that it's time to let go. That's why this moment is so important. Because deep rest doesn't begin just when you turn off the light or close your eyes. It begins when your body receives a new internal signal. A clear, constant, and serene signal that tells it it doesn't need to keep defending, clenching, or resisting. Your body has learned many ways to protect you. Some are visible, others are silent. There are tensions that don't express themselves as obvious pain, but as a slight, sustained stiffness, as a discrete contraction that becomes habitual, as a state of readiness that no longer even seems strange. Perhaps you've lived with a certain level of tension for so long that a part of you has come to mistake it for normal. But normality doesn't always align with the truth. And tonight, you can begin to teach your body a different truth. You can show it that letting your guard down doesn't mean being unprotected. It doesn't mean losing direction. It doesn't mean giving up your strength. It means ceasing to invest energy in defenses that are no longer needed in this moment. It means allowing the body's natural intelligence to regain its wisest rhythm. Because your body knows how to rest. It knows how to reorganize itself. It knows how to enter a fertile stillness. What it sometimes needs is permission. Perhaps you haven't stopped to consider how many times your body has remained tense, even in silence. How many times it has remained ready to respond, even after the day was over. How many times it has retained the memory of what you experienced during the day and extended it into the night as if it still needed to be sustained. The body remembers with great fidelity. It remembers what you repeat. It remembers the type of energy with which you enter sleep. It remembers whether the night was a space for gentle repair or a continuation of the effort. That's why every night matters, because every night you teach it something. Today, you can teach it something else. You can teach it that it doesn't have to carry you the way it did during the day. You can teach it that it no longer needs to maintain the same inner posture. You can offer it a different experience, one where vigilance begins to weaken and trust begins to take its place. This trust isn't naive. It doesn't stem from denying what has happened. It stems from recognizing that there is a time to act and a time to let go. There is a time to respond to the world and a time to return to your center. The body flourishes when it senses this difference. Sometimes relaxation is thought of as a quick fix, an automatic consequence, or a secondary luxury. But it's actually a form of intelligence. The body that learns to let its guard down doesn't weaken. It becomes more organized. It cleanses itself of excess. It stops wasting energy maintaining tensions that don't bring clarity. It begins to recover internal resources that had been trapped in contraction. And when that happens, you not only rest better, but you also become more receptive to a higher perception of yourself. Your vibration doesn't depend solely on what you think. It's also affected by how your body holds or releases energy. A body hardened by constant pressure can make it harder to feel lightness, openness, or presence. Not because your essence has disappeared, but because sustained tension acts as a layer that densifies your experience. That's why this chapter isn't just about physical rest. It's about something deeper. It's about teaching your human structure to stop acting as if it's always on the edge of something. It's about allowing your body to once again become an ally of silence. During the day, perhaps there were moments when you clenched your jaw without realizing it. Maybe you held your shoulders unnecessarily stiff. Perhaps your chest tightened during certain conversations. Perhaps your abdomen bore the weight of seemingly endless thoughts. Perhaps your hands retained a subtle, almost imperceptible restlessness. None of this makes you fragile. It simply shows that you've been responding to a field of experiences that demanded a great deal from you. And now, in this space, it's no longer necessary to continue responding in the same way. The body needs to understand that night is not a threat, but an invitation. An invitation to deactivate what has already served its purpose. An invitation to return to a form of stillness that is anything but empty. Because when your guard is down, not only does tension decrease, but true sensitivity also increases. You can perceive yourself more clearly. You can notice what was previously masked by agitation. You can hear more clearly what is happening within your energy when you stop, demanding that your body be ready for everything. Perhaps at the heart of your experience lies a very old habit, that of remaining prepared even when it's no longer necessary. Prepared to anticipate, to correct, to resist, to not give in, to stand firm in the face of whatever comes. This disposition may have served you well at different times. Perhaps it even helped you through important stages. But not every mechanism that was useful in the past should continue to govern your present. Inner evolution also consists of recognizing when an old defense has become a burden. And nighttime is one of the best times to begin that process of updating. Your body doesn't need to be forced to change. It needs to be supported. It needs to feel it can trust this decrease in intensity. It needs to know it won't be required to maintain the same level of response. It needs an internal atmosphere where gentleness isn't constantly interrupted by a new mental command. Sometimes your mind wants to manage rest with the same logic it uses to manage the day. It wants to organize, accelerate, measure, verify. But the body responds better to a different kind of message. It responds to the continuity of a gentle presence. It responds to a soft inner language. It responds to the quiet certainty that it can now relax. And when you let go, you don't lose anything valuable. You recover. You recover trapped energy. You recover inner spaciousness. You recover space. You recover a more honest relationship with your center. Often, fatigue doesn't come solely from what you do, but from how your body sustains what you do. Two people can go through the same day and arrive at night with very different burdens, not only because of what they experienced, but because of how their internal system processed it. That's why learning to let your guard down is also learning to live differently. It's not an isolated act. It's a gentle re-education of your experience. The body that lets its guard down stops, sending continuous messages of urgency to the conscious mind. And when that happens, the mind can also begin to quiet down more naturally. Everything is connected. You are not a sum of disconnected parts. Your body, your energy, your attention, and your perception all influence one another. If the body remains rigid, the mind usually remains active. If the mind insists on control, the body tends to shut down. But when one of the two begins to genuinely release, the other receives a new opportunity. Tonight, you can allow that first movement to occur from the body. You don't need to pinpoint every area of tension. You don't need to analyze every signal. It's enough to understand something essential. Your body deserves to break free from this state of strain. It deserves to enter into a different relationship with the night. It deserves to experience that rest isn't a negotiation with tension, but a genuine transition to a gentler frequency. And you deserve to inhabit that process without guilt, without pressure, and without the idea that resting means halting your progress. In reality, there are breakthroughs that only become possible when you stop squeezing yourself. There are insights that don't reach a consciousness exhausted by overload. There are intuitions that need a more open body to become perceptible. There is a form of purpose that doesn't come by force, but by alignment. And that alignment begins here, in something seemingly simple. Allowing the physical structure that supports you to stop acting as if the day were still going on inside it. Think about how many times you've tried to achieve clarity through effort. How many times you've wanted to feel better without first releasing accumulated rigidity. How many times you've sought to raise your vibration while your body remained trapped in a defensive posture. This isn't a failure. It's an incomplete learning process. Now you can complete it. Now you can understand that elevation doesn't occur only in the highest ideas, but also in the most basic gestures of inner release. A body that opens with confidence fosters a more receptive consciousness. A more receptive consciousness more easily recognizes what is true. Perhaps a part of you has associated being on high alert with responsibility, strength, or maturity, as if letting your guard down were a form of carelessness. But there is a deeper strength, one that doesn't need to be hardened to be real. It is the strength of someone who trusts their center. It is the strength of someone who knows how to withdraw from the noise without getting lost. It is the strength of someone who no longer needs to remain tense to feel they are doing something worthwhile. Your body can learn this new strength. It can learn it night after night through the repetition of this cleaner experience. Each time you choose to enter rest in this way, something realigns within you. Not always visibly, not always with intense emotion. Sometimes it happens as a slight weight loss. Sometimes as a feeling of greater space in your chest. Sometimes as a newfound softness in your forehead, jaw, or breathing. Sometimes simply as the impression that you finally don't have to keep carrying everything. And that is already a lot. In fact, that can change the entire tone of your evening. When the body lets its guard down, sleep ceases to be a fall and becomes a conscious surrender. You no longer enter the night dragged by exhaustion or saturation, but accompanied by a wiser form of presence. This alters the quality of your rest, but it also changes the relationship you establish with yourself. You begin to see yourself not only as someone who resists, responds, and adapts, but also as someone who knows how to receive, trust, and let go. This broader identity is important because your purpose is not sustained by effort alone. It also requires receptivity. There is a profound dignity in allowing yourself to loosen up without feeling like you're failing, in accepting that not everything has to be sustained until the very last moment, in recognizing that your body is not a tool that must obey without pause, but a living expression of your energy on this plane. When you treat it with more awareness, it also begins to respond differently. It becomes less dense, less reactive, less burdened. And in becoming so, it helps you enter a clearer vibration. This clarity isn't dramatic. It doesn't need to be imposed. It feels more like a simple truth. You no longer have to be on guard. You can now allow the night to receive you in a different way. You can now teach your body that not everything is demanding, that not everything requires a response, that not everything must continue within you once the day ends. The threshold has been crossed. Now the most intimate learning begins. Your body begins to understand that it is safe in stillness. It begins to remember that gentleness can also sustain you. And in that memory, something essential within you prepares to rest more deeply, more openly, and with a peace that feels increasingly real. Chapter 3. The mind releases its impulse to control. As night falls and the body begins to loosen its resistance, a part of you may still be holding the day up from another place. Not in your muscles, not in your posture, not on the visible surface of your experience, but in your mind. That silent, constant area that tries to order, anticipate, correct, interpret, and secure every detail, even when there is nothing left to resolve in this moment. The body may have begun to relax, but the mind sometimes takes longer to understand that it, too, can let go. It has its habits, it has its mechanisms, it has its particular way of believing that if it stops controlling, something important might crumble. That's why this chapter opens a delicate but crucial step. It's not about shutting down the mind or fighting against it. It's not about forcibly emptying it or imposing an artificial silence. It's about gently beginning to recognize that it doesn't need to keep running everything. It's about teaching it that there are times when control doesn't protect, but rather disrupts. Times when insisting on monitoring, analyzing, or anticipating only prolongs attention that no longer brings clarity. And night is one of those times. Night doesn't need your mind to continue managing the world. It needs it to learn to withdraw with dignity. Perhaps you've long believed that thinking more equates to being better prepared. Maybe a part of you learned to associate mental control with responsibility, security, or intelligence. And it's true that the mind has a valuable function. It discerns, organizes, connects, and chooses. But when it doesn't know when to stop, it ends up occupying spaces that don't belong to it. It begins to invade the territory of rest, intuition, presence, and trust. It wants to keep working, even when your inner rhythm should already be shifting, and then rest becomes incomplete. Because even when you close your eyes, you're still engaged in a type of activity that keeps you tethered to the surface of things. It's not always easy to notice that urge to control. Sometimes it doesn't manifest as an intense voice, but as a sequence of small internal movements. Mentally reviewing what you said, imagining what you should have done, going over decisions, anticipating conversations, weighing consequences, constructing scenarios, looking for signs, wanting to understand everything before going to sleep. They are invisible gestures, but they consume energy. And most importantly, they usually stem from a silent premise. The idea that you will only be safe if you don't let go completely. However, a deeper truth begins to emerge in the night. Not everything needs to be understood now. Not every question requires an immediate answer. Not every scene needs to remain unresolved within you. Not everything that happened today deserves to linger in your consciousness when it's time to rest. Some things only become clear when you stop mentally manipulating them. Some situations find their place when you stop pressuring them from within. Some truths don't appear to a tense mind, but to an open one. Availability is very different from control. Control tightens. Availability receives. Control seeks to guarantee a result. Availability allows something to be revealed. Control interprets every pause as a risk. Availability understands that momentary emptiness can also be fertile. This difference is key because you are not trying to become passive or indifferent. You are learning to relate to your mind from a higher level of awareness. You are ceasing to automatically obey every mental impulse that promises you security. when in reality, it only keeps you going around in circles. The mind fears letting go because it believes its value depends on being active. It believes that if it stops intervening, it will lose its function or importance. But its highest function is not to govern you relentlessly. Its highest function is to serve the truth when appropriate and to step aside when silence needs space. A wise mind is not the one that controls the most. It is the one that knows when to advance and when to withdraw. It is the one that understands that rest is not a useless void, but a moment of profound reorganization that one should not enter with one's hands full of unresolved thoughts. Perhaps what you find most difficult isn't thinking, but letting go of the need to insist. Letting go of the search for final certainty before sleep. Letting go of dwelling on what you can no longer change tonight. Letting go of forcing an answer that isn't yet ready. Letting go of protecting yourself with hypotheses. Insistence is exhausting because it stems from a deep-seated mistrust. A mistrust of life, of time, of your own processes, even of your capacity to receive clarity without forcing it. That's why releasing the impulse to control is more than just a sleep technique. It's a transformation of your relationship with consciousness. And that transformation begins when you recognize something simple. You are not your mental mechanisms. You are not the sequence of thoughts that arise. You are not the need to solve everything. You are not the internal vigilance that has learned to stay switched on. All of those are functions, habits, reflexes, layers of adaptation. They may have been useful. They may have arisen to give you structure at certain times. But they do not define the totality of your being. There is within you a broader awareness that observes the mind without being caught up in its every movement. That awareness is already here, even now. And at night, when the pace slows, you have a greater opportunity to recognize it. Recognizing it doesn't require effort. It requires honesty. It requires realizing how often the mind takes over out of habit, not genuine need. It requires accepting that many of your nighttime worries don't stem from true urgency, but from the habit of not letting go. It requires seeing that constant mental activity isn't always depth. Sometimes it's resistance. Sometimes it's refined fear. Sometimes it's a way of avoiding the quiet space where you could hear something truer. That silent space isn't always comfortable at first. When the mind relaxes, a strange feeling can arise, as if something is missing, as if a part of you is wondering what to do if it's no longer busy controlling. That moment is important. Don't mistake it for a dangerous emptiness. It's simply the beginning of a different relationship with your inner self. You've lived so long accompanied by mental noise that silence can seem unfamiliar. But the unfamiliar isn't always a threat. Sometimes it's a return. Sometimes it's the first sign that something within you is ceasing to function due to tension. The mind wants to resolve immediately what the soul reveals layer by layer. It wants definitions where perhaps there are only intuitions yet. It wants straight lines where the inner process moves with more depth than speed. It wants a clear answer about purpose, direction, identity, the next step. But some of the most valuable truths don't appear as a sudden conclusion. They appear as a growing familiarity, as a direction felt before it's explained, as a gentle certainty that needs no arguments to begin recognizing itself. And to perceive that, the mind must relax a little from its need to master each stage. The law of assumption, when understood with inner maturity, is not about forcing the mind to repeat something that doesn't yet feel true. It's about allowing your consciousness to inhabit an inner reality more coherent with who you are. But that coherence cannot fully emerge if the mind remains trapped in control, because controlling and assuming are not the same. Controlling is distrusting the process and trying to manipulate it. Assuming is allowing a new inner truth to gain space until it feels natural. For that to happen, your mind needs to loosen its obsession with verifying everything. Perhaps tonight, you can begin to understand that you don't have to force yourself to believe anything. You don't have to manufacture perfect peace of mind. You don't have to achieve a total absence of thought. What you can allow is a new distance between you and the impulse to control. You can notice when it appears without automatically following it. You can see it trying to take charge without surrendering all your energy to it. You can realize that the mind proposes many paths, but not all of them are worth taking. This clarity changes things considerably, because it no longer places you within the whirlpool, but rather in front of it. And when you're facing the whirlpool, instead of spinning inside, something very valuable happens. Inner judgment begins to emerge. You begin to distinguish between useful thinking and compulsive thinking, between discernment and vigilance, between genuine reflection and unproductive repetition, between guiding intuition and a mental sequence that only wears you down. This distinction is part of spiritual maturity. Not all inner activity elevates you. Not everything that seems profound brings you closer to your center. Sometimes, the greatest depth lies in ceasing to interfere so much. Perhaps you've tried to find your purpose by overthinking it, looking for signs, analyzing desires, organizing ideas, comparing paths. And while all of that can have its place, there comes a point where excessive analysis obscures what it's trying to reveal. Purpose doesn't emerge under pressure. It doesn't respond well to a mind that relentlessly questions it. It becomes more perceptible when there's space, when the noise subsides, when consciousness stops pushing and begins to listen. That's why tonight, by releasing the urge to control, you're not moving away from your path. You're approaching it in a more subtle way. Your mind doesn't need to disappear for peace to appear. It only needs to remember that it's not alone within you. It's not the only intelligence available. There's also the observing consciousness. There's also the feeling presence. There's also the energy that knows when something resonates and when it doesn't. There's also the soul, which doesn't always speak in words, but with a quiet clarity that becomes recognizable when everything else quiets down. That clarity doesn't compete with the mind. It guides it from a higher place. As this understanding sinks in, the urge to control begins to loosen. Perhaps it will still surface. Perhaps it will try to reclaim its former place. But it will no longer hold the same authority. Because something within you will have grasped that the night is not a stage for continuing to manage every aspect of life. It is a threshold where your consciousness can return to silence what it should never have carried alone. It is a space where the mind ceases its grip and truth begins to breathe more freely. There is a vast difference between going to sleep with an exhausted mind and entering sleep with a consciously surrendered mind. The former is depletion. The latter is surrender. Depletion leaves residue. Surrender cleanses. Depletion crushes you. Surrender aligns you. When the mind releases the impulse to control, it doesn't shut down in defeat, but rather quiets through understanding. It understands that it is not losing power. It is regaining its balance. It is returning to its proper function. And that makes it brighter, more precise, more useful when the time for thinking returns. Yes, the time for reflection will come. The time will come to decide, discern, act, and shape what is still taking shape today. But it doesn't have to be now. Now, the night calls for a different kind of intelligence. An intelligence born not of pressure, but of trust. An intelligence that knows when to withdraw without feeling like it has failed. An intelligence that understands that silence, too, plays a part in creating a life with purpose. Tonight, then, you don't need to resolve anything. You don't need to tie everything up. You don't need to find the final explanation. You just need to allow your mind to let go of what rest can better sort out. Your body has already begun to loosen. Now your mind begins to learn. It learns that not everything depends on its tension. It learns that not everything becomes clear under close scrutiny. It learns that control isn't always care. And as it learns, something inside you becomes more spacious, more receptive, and more genuine. Little by little, the night deepens. Ideas release their density. Scenarios lose their urgency. Questions cease to push. And in that serene descent, a new kind of stillness settles within you. It is not absence. It is not emptiness. It is effortless order. It is presence without pressure. It is awareness without interference. The mind no longer needs to lead everything. It can rest. It can surrender. It can trust. And in doing so, it opens the way to a deeper peace, a cleaner vibration, and a new closeness to that which, in silence, is already beginning to guide you. Chapter 4. Silence begins to order your inner self. After the body begins to lower its guard and the mind loosens its grip on control, a new experience emerges. It doesn't always arrive immediately, nor with obvious intensity. Sometimes it enters so gently that it almost goes unnoticed. It is silence. Not just the absence of external sound, but a deeper, more intelligent, more vibrant kind of silence. A silence that is not empty, but full of space. A silence that doesn't take anything essential away, but begins to return everything to its rightful place. For much of the day, your inner world receives too many signals at once. Some come from the environment. Others arise from your thoughts, your reactions, your expectations, your memories, and your accumulated little tensions. All of this creates a feeling of constant activity, as if there's always something moving inside you that demands attention. Something that wants to be resolved, corrected, understood, or sustained. Over time, this activity can become so habitual that the inner clutter ceases to seem like clutter. It becomes the scenery. It becomes routine. It becomes a silent way of living outwardly, even when you're alone. But night has the power to show you another possibility. When the intensity of the day subsides and you choose not to fill it all again with mental activity, silence begins to approach. And with it comes an important truth. Not everything inside you needs to be active at the same time. Not everything deserves to occupy the center. Not everything requires your energy. Many things continue to swirl within you simply because no one has yet asked them to step aside. No one has deprioritized them. No one has created enough space for the unnecessary to lose its power and for the essential to begin to stand out. That's what begins to happen here. Silence doesn't come to erase your experience. It doesn't come to deny what you felt, lived, or thought. It comes to bring order. It comes to separate what is important from what has only been creating noise. It comes to give less volume to what distracts you and more presence to what centers you. It comes to show you that your inner self isn't meant to remain constantly saturated. It's meant to hold truth, not excess. It's meant to contain awareness, not accumulation. It's meant to become clear. Sometimes you think that organizing your inner world means understanding everything, naming every emotion, classifying every conflict, analyzing every sensation until it fits into an explanation. But silence proposes another kind of order, a more organic order, less mental, less forced. It doesn't ask you to decipher everything. It asks you to allow some things to settle without your constant intervention. It asks you to trust that not all clarity comes from analysis. Some clarity arises when you stop pushing. Imagine a room where objects, voices, memories, expectations, and unfinished tasks have accumulated. If every corner is occupied, you can no longer easily distinguish what deserves to stay and what doesn't. But when space begins to open up, when some things move out of the center, your perspective changes. You begin to see more clearly. You begin to notice what was previously hidden behind the unnecessary. The same thing can happen within you. Silence clears the mind. Silence doesn't create confusion. It reveals it only to then diminish it. It allows you to see the true state of your inner self without adding another layer of noise on top. Perhaps that's why silence is sometimes unsettling, because when it arrives, it reveals what constant activity managed to conceal. Suddenly, neglected emotions surface, old wearinesses, postponed truths, unheard desires, emptiness, masked by daily activity. But this discovery isn't a setback. It's the beginning of a purification. What becomes visible in the silence doesn't emerge to punish you, but to bring order. It doesn't appear to trap you, but to cease ruling you from the shadows. There's a huge difference between living a full life and living overwhelmed. Being full can mean being filled with presence, meaning, depth, and pure energy. Being overwhelmed, on the other hand, means not even having the space to listen to yourself. Silence helps you distinguish between the two. It teaches you that not everything that occupies space has value, that not everything that persists deserves to continue, that not everything you've carried needs to remain inside you when night falls. And that distinction is a form of freedom. As silence settles in, your relationship with your thoughts also changes. They no longer seem to dominate your inner space. They begin to be just another part of the landscape, not the center of everything. This is important because, for a long time, you may have lived identifying with everything that passes through your mind, as if each thought defined you, as if each internal reaction revealed a final truth about you. But silence begins to show you something else. It shows you that there is a point of awareness from which you can observe without merging with every thought. And from that point, order becomes possible. That point is neither cold nor distant. It is not a hardened separation. It is a cleaner closeness. It allows you to feel without drowning in what you feel. It allows you to notice what is happening without immediately turning it into your identity. It allows you to recognize that an emotion can be present without being your whole truth. It allows you to accept that a thought can appear without deserving permanent residence. That serene gaze is one of the deepest forms of inner organization. Because where there was once automatic reaction, presence begins to emerge. Perhaps you can now sense that within you there are elements that have remained mixed for too long. The urgent with the important, the learned with the true, the feared with the intuitive. What you truly desire with what you have believed you should desire. Silence begins to separate these layers, not violently, not hastily. It does so like the night itself, lowering its intensity, reducing interference, restoring prominence to what breathes most authentically. And that process is essential to getting closer to your purpose. Because purpose isn't recognized amidst saturation. It can be imagined, desired, or sought, but it's rarely felt clearly when your inner world is filled with mixed noise. You need a cleaner field to distinguish what truly makes sense to you. You need a space where your energy isn't committed to too many internal loyalties at once. You need silence to hear what isn't shouting. Because purpose often doesn't burst in. It allows itself to be perceived. Night offers you precisely that space, a place where external pressure eases and your inner world can begin to order itself without so many interruptions. But this order doesn't happen by accident. It happens when you decide not to fill the silence with a new layer of stimulation. It happens when you accept that you don't need to think more to feel closer to yourself. It happens when you let stillness do its work. Stillness possesses its own intelligence. It is not passivity. It is not the absence of life. It is a form of equilibrium in which things find their proper balance. What has been overblown loses its power. What has been relegated reappears. What is false becomes less convincing. What is true gains prominence. That is why, when silence enters your night, a reordering of your invisible priorities often begins as well. You start to realize which emotions you have been unwittingly nurturing, which inner stories you have repeated as if they were inevitable, which tensions you have treated as part of your character when in reality they were merely accumulated. Not everything you've held onto truly belongs to you. Some burdens were acquired through habit. Some ways of thinking were inherited from your environment. Some worries stemmed from an unconscious loyalty to fear. Some inner demands came from an old idea of worth, success, or deservingness. Silence begins to loosen these attachments, not because it forces you to reject them immediately, but because it allows you to see them with less confusion. And when something is seen clearly, it can no longer control you in the same way. That is one of the reasons why vibrational elevation requires silence, not as a symbol, but as a real condition. Vibration becomes denser when you are filled with interference, contradictions, and repetitive mental burdens. It clarifies when your inner self regains coherence, and coherence is not imposed. It reveals itself as silence takes hold, perhaps not with grand signs, perhaps not with intense emotion, but with a growing sense that something within you is beginning to feel less divided. Less divided means less struggle between what you think and what you feel. Less distance between what you yearn for and what you allow yourself to accept. Less fragmentation between the image you project and the truth that yearns for space within. Silence fosters this unification. It doesn't demand that you resolve every contradiction tonight, but it does begin to lift the fog that kept them hidden. And when the fog lifts, even a small insight can drastically alter your path. Perhaps you're noticing something simple yet profound. You don't need to fill every corner of your night with content. You don't need to respond to every thought that arises. You don't need to transform rest into a new internal chore. Silence knows how to work without a show. It orders without imposing. It rearranges without making a noise. It shows you that many answers emerge naturally, not through pressure. That many tensions weaken when they stop receiving constant attention. That much clarity emerges when you finally stop trying to control everything. In this process, your confidence also begins to grow. Not a noisy confidence, nor one born from a need to control. A deeper confidence. The confidence of knowing that your inner self has the capacity to reorganize itself when you give it space. The confidence of not having to direct every step for something real to happen. The confidence of understanding that order doesn't always arise from will, but from alignment. And alignment needs silence, just as the earth needs stillness to receive a seed. You may not see the complete map of your life tonight. That's okay. What you might begin to feel is that something inside you is becoming less chaotic. Perhaps an idea will lose its dramatic impact. Perhaps an emotion will find its place. Perhaps an old pressure will lessen. Perhaps you'll simply notice there's more space than before, and that space is valuable. Because where there is space, new insights can enter. Where there is space, energy breathes differently. Where there is space, the truth doesn't have to push so hard to be noticed. Silence doesn't come to take away your identity. It comes to purify it. It comes to help you distinguish who you are from what you've accumulated. It comes to make room for a cleaner presence, a more serene awareness, a less charged vibration, and a more sincere relationship with yourself. Little by little, night after night, this inner order ceases to be an occasional experience and begins to become a new way of inhabiting yourself. And perhaps that's what's beginning to happen now. The body no longer mounts such a defense. The mind no longer clenches with the same intensity. Silence enters. And as it enters, it begins to order your inner self without demanding perfection, without requiring answers, without demanding effort. It only asks for space. It only asks that you not interrupt it. It only asks that you trust that, when the noise diminishes sufficiently, your truth knows the way back. Tonight, then, it's not about searching for more. It's about allowing what is essential to settle. It's about letting stillness remove what is superfluous and draw near what truly matters. It's about understanding that there is an order wiser than your haste, purer than your fear, and truer than your habits of overindulgence. That order is already beginning. It doesn't need spectacle to be real. This silence is enough. Your presence is enough. Your remaining here is enough, while the night makes visible how, at last, you begin to return to yourself. Chapter 5. Energy reclaims its natural space. As night falls and silence begins to settle within you, something else becomes possible. It's not just your body that rests. It's not just the pressure on your mind that lessens. Your energy also begins to realign. This is important because you often believe that exhaustion stems solely from what you did during the day, when in reality, a large part of your drain comes from how your energy occupied areas where it didn't belong. It dispersed into repetitive worries, contracted in the face of certain tensions, fragmented among different demands, and remained stuck in situations that are already over. And when night arrives, all of that can still be at work within you if no one redirects it. Your energy has its own nature. It wasn't made to be permanently outwardly stretched, nor to carry unnecessary burdens, nor to be trapped in movements that have lost their meaning. It was made to flow with greater coherence, to respond from a clear center, to accompany you with depth, and not just reaction. But when you spend many hours responding to your environment without returning to yourself, that flow is disrupted. The energy becomes dense, dispersed, or attached to experiences that no longer need to govern you. Then a feeling arises that is difficult to describe. It's not always physical exhaustion. Sometimes it's something more subtle, as if you were both full and empty at the same time. As if something within you had been too exposed, as if your center had become distant. That's why night can be so much more than a pause. It can be the moment when your energy reclaims its natural space. Not by force, not by a rigid technique, not by an effort of will, but by a serene reorganization. Energy returns to its order when it stops being pulled in too many directions at once. It returns to its course when it no longer has to maintain a constant internal dialogue with everything that happened. It feels close again when consciousness stops scattering and begins to gather once more around what is essential. Perhaps you haven't always thought of your energy this way. Perhaps you've only felt it when you lacked it, when you were overwhelmed, or when some intense emotion altered your state. But your energy is present all the time. It expresses itself in your clarity, your openness, your ability to be with yourself without becoming fragmented, the quality of your attention, the sense of spaciousness or confinement with which you live. It's not an abstract idea. It's a real dimension of your experience. And when it's out of balance, everything becomes heavier. Simplicity becomes more difficult. Small things are more overwhelming. Truth feels more distant, not because it has disappeared, but because your inner field is occupied by too many distractions. Reclaiming your natural space doesn't mean shutting the world out. It means ceasing to give it more energy than necessary. It means letting go of internally dwelling on scenes that have already ended. It means ceasing to attentively feed that which only drains your center without restoring coherence. Sometimes the drain doesn't come from what happened, but from the time you keep it active within you. A conversation ends, but you continue it. An expectation isn't met, but you revisit it again and again. A tension arises, and although the moment has passed, your energy continues to respond as if it were still there. Little by little, it occupies a space that should belong to your presence. Tonight can begin to teach you another way to inhabit your inner field. A less exposed, less fragmented way, less available to everything that demands your attention without deserving it. It's not about shutting yourself off. It's not about hardening yourself. It's about recognizing that your energy needs a center. It needs an inner home. It needs to know it can return to you. Because when it remains turned outward for too long, the sense of grounding weakens. You begin to feel swept along by what happens, defined by what befalls you, organized by what demands a response. And even though you keep moving forward, something inside you longs to return. This return doesn't happen as a dramatic act. It happens silently. It begins when you stop mentally chasing every stimulus. It continues when you allow your body to relax. It deepens when silence enters and cleanses. And then, almost without realizing it, your energy begins to empty places that should never have held it for so long. It releases itself from certain thoughts. It withdraws from certain scenes. It ceases to be knotted to certain worries. And as it is freed, something within you feels more present. That presence is one of the clearest signs that energy is reclaiming its natural space. You won't necessarily feel euphoria. It's not about a brilliant or spectacular intensity. Sometimes it expresses itself as a very simple form of relief, as if there were more air within your experience, as if your chest were becoming less constricted, as if your mind were lighter, as if you were no longer scattered in so many directions. That kind of relief is subtle, yet profound, because it doesn't arise from distraction, but from a real reordering. Some people have lived with scattered energy for so long that when they begin to reclaim it, they feel something strange, almost as if the emptiness of that scattered energy wants to be filled again with noise, as if a part of them doesn't know what to do with so much inner space. This is understandable. The habit of living outwardly can become very strong. It can make you believe that being busy is the same as being connected to life. But constant busyness is not the same as presence. And saturated energy is not the same as living energy. True life doesn't demand that you be overwhelmed by everything at once. It demands that you be here. Being here is a form of restoration. It means your energy is no longer governed by every thought that arises, every memory that demands continuity, or every emotion that tries to extend beyond its moment. It means something within you returns to its central place. And when that happens, your vibration shifts in a very natural way. Because vibration doesn't only rise because of what you desire or affirm. It also rises when your energy stops being wasted on what doesn't belong. When it becomes ordered. When it focuses without rigidity. When it regains coherence. Energetic coherence is a form of truth. You feel it when what you think, what you feel, and what you hold internally stop contradicting each other so much. You feel it when you're no longer saying yes internally to what actually drains your strength. You feel it when your attention stops serving distractions. You feel it when your inner field aligns around something purer. This alignment doesn't always produce intense emotions. Sometimes it produces serenity. And serenity is one of the highest expressions of well-placed energy. Perhaps during the day, your energy was committed to too many things at once. To what you had to do, to what others expected, to what didn't go as planned, to thoughts that kept returning. All of that leaves its mark. All of that takes up space. But the night doesn't come to judge that burden. It comes to give you back the possibility of preventing it from growing. It comes to remind you that not everything has to remain inside you. It comes to teach you that your energy doesn't have to be held captive by every issue that touches your life. You can learn to move through the experience without getting trapped in everything. This requires inner discernment. It requires beginning to notice what truly deserves your energy and what has simply been consuming it out of habit. Not everything that worries you is important. Not everything that insists on your mind carries real weight. Not every emotion needs to become your internal climate for the rest of the night. Your energy can learn to distinguish. It can learn to withdraw without guilt. It can learn to return to you without feeling like it's abandoning something essential. In reality, when you reclaim your energy, you don't abandon. You reorder. And ordering your energy is a form of profound self-love. Not self-love based on image, but on inner sovereignty. On the ability to recognize that your energy field deserves care, cleansing, and direction. It deserves not to be open to everything. It deserves not to be used by every mental impulse. It deserves not to be molded by the pressures of the day, even after the day has ended. Sometimes no one taught you this. No one taught you that you can also close the day energetically. No one taught you that there is a difference between being available and living overly surrendered. But your consciousness can learn it now. As you learn this, it becomes easier to feel whole. Not perfect, not completely resolved, but more whole. Less fragmented, less interfered with by internal forces that once seemed inevitable. This sense of wholeness is valuable because purpose isn't discovered through ideas alone. It's also recognized through gathered energy. When your energy field is too dispersed, it's hard to feel what truly resonates with you. Everything seems confusing or distant. But when your energy returns to its place, certain truths begin to feel closer. Not because they've suddenly appeared, but because they're no longer obscured by so much interference. That's why this chapter isn't just about energetic rest. It's about inner preparation. Letting your energy reclaim its natural space prepares the ground for a clearer relationship with yourself. It's allowing your presence to carry more weight than distraction. It's letting the night bring you together. It's remembering that you weren't born to live divided by too many internal demands. You were born to express a more centered consciousness, a cleaner vibration, and a more meaningful life. The law of assumption also becomes more real when your energy is in place. Because you can't hold a new inner truth if your energy field remains scattered among old loyalties, past tensions, and endlessly repeated patterns. Assuming an identity more aligned with your purpose requires focused presence. It requires available energy. It requires less leakage. It's not enough to simply want to change an idea. You need to create the inner space where that idea can begin to feel habitable. And that space grows when your energy is no longer held back by what no longer serves you. Tonight, then, you don't need to produce anything. You don't need to demonstrate progress. You don't need to achieve an extraordinary experience. You simply need to allow your energy to return to you, to stop holding so much outside, to gather without fear, to settle into its natural center. You may feel this as a decrease in intensity. You may feel it as rest. You may feel it as a gentle peace beginning to spread silently. All of this is part of the same truth. You no longer have to waste your energy on what doesn't bring you back to your presence. There is a quiet nobility in this return, because reclaiming your energy is not a selfish act. It is an act of alignment. It is recognizing that your life needs a clearer inner source to express itself truthfully. It is accepting that you cannot truly hear what your soul is trying to show you if you are too scattered. It is understanding that the night also serves to gather what the day fragmented. And in that gathering, something essential begins to strengthen. Little by little, your energy feels less pulled by external factors, less attached to what happened, less mixed with tensions that no longer need to dominate your energy field. It begins to return to its inner home. It begins to reclaim the space that belongs to it. And when it does, you not only rest better, but you also become clearer, more receptive, more able to recognize what truly resonates with you. The night continues to unfold. The silence continues to order. And now, your energy ceases to be scattered in 1,000 places and begins to gather where it always should have been, within you, in your center, in your presence, in that natural space where there is no longer a need to hold on so tightly, because something wiser is beginning to take over. Chapter 6. Presence. Returns to the center of your chest. When your energy begins to reclaim its natural space, something very subtle starts to change within you. It's no longer just about resting more deeply or feeling less inner noise. A more intimate reunion begins to take place. It's as if a part of your being, displaced by the pace of the day, begins to return to an essential place. That place isn't an idea. It isn't a theory. It isn't a beautiful phrase. It's a living experience of closeness with yourself. And often it's felt as if your presence returns to the center of your chest. The chest holds much more than meets the eye. It doesn't just hold your breath or visible emotions. It also records what you carry, what you keep silent, what you yearn for, what you fear, what you resist, and what you no longer wish to hold. Throughout the day, that area can harden without you noticing. It can narrow when you try to contain too much. It can close almost completely when an old tension is triggered. It can become almost inaccessible when you get used to functioning without asking yourself how you truly are. Then you keep going. You do what's necessary. You respond to what life demands. But a part of your being ceases to fully inhabit that center. And when that happens, you don't always call it disconnection. Sometimes you call it tiredness, or saturation, or strangeness, or simply a vague difficulty in feeling whole. But deep down, there's something more. There's a subtle distance between you and your emotional, energetic, and conscious center. Not because you've lost your essence, but because many layers of activity, protection, and habit have taken the place where presence should be felt most clearly. That's why this moment of the night is so valuable. Because now that the body has relaxed, the mind has relinquished some of its control, and the energy has begun to gather. You can allow your presence to be felt again, where it most needs to be acknowledged. Returning to the center of your chest doesn't mean succumbing to sentimentality or forcing yourself to feel anything specific. It doesn't mean producing an intense emotion. It means allowing yourself to inhabit once again the point where your inner self becomes both more human and more authentic. It's a return to honesty, to warmth, to a form of connection with yourself that doesn't depend on performance or analysis. Sometimes you've lived so long from your head, from automatic responses, or from a place of demanding expectations, that forgetting what it feels like to be truly present in your own center becomes almost normal. But that doesn't mean it's not possible to return. Presence has a very particular quality. It doesn't invade, it doesn't push, it doesn't demand that you do anything immediately. It simply settles in when you stop living so detached from yourself. It settles in when you no longer need to maintain so many active layers. It settles in when your attention stops chasing after everything and begins to rest on what is essential. And when that presence returns to the center of your chest, something in your experience shifts. Things stop feeling so fragmented. Night ceases to be just a time to shut down and begins to be a space to reignite yourself from within, but in a serene way. Perhaps for a long time, you sought clarity of mind, security in control, and direction in demandingness. But there is a deeper orientation that arises when your presence settles in the center. From there, not everything needs immediate explanation. Not everything requires an urgent decision. Not everything is perceived as a threat or a burden. From there, you begin to feel differently, to listen differently, to recognize differently. Because the chest, when free from so much accumulated pressure, becomes a point of truth. A point where the authentic resonates differently from the imposed, where alignment feels different from the forced, where the essential doesn't need to shout to be noticed. Perhaps that is what is now beginning to become possible. Not a spectacular emotion, not a sudden revelation, but a new closeness with your own inner life. A closeness you haven't always been able to maintain because there was too much noise, too much haste, too much burden. But now, the night offers you a different disposition. You can remain here without having to prove anything. You can allow the center of your chest to cease being a tense or distant area and become once again a habitable place. A place where your presence can rest and at the same time recognize itself. There are people who live with their hearts energetically closed for a long time and don't even know it. Not because they are insensitive, but because they have learned to protect themselves in very subtle ways. They have learned to reduce access to their feelings in order to keep going. They have learned to hold back so as not to overwhelm themselves. They have learned to move effectively even though there is distance inside. All of that may have served a purpose at certain times. But prolonged protection also comes at a cost. It leaves presence increasingly displaced. And when presence is displaced, life can continue to function. Yes, but it loses depth. It loses truth. It loses a kind of inner warmth that cannot be replaced by activity or control. That's why returning to the center of your chest is also an act of recovery. Not of something lost forever, but of something that deserves to be experienced again. You regain your ability to be with yourself without hardening your heart. You recover a sense of inner peace that the noise had blurred. You recover a space where energy not only rests, but is also refined. Because the chest is not just an emotional place, it is also a point of integration. There, your thoughts, desires, fears, and intuitions often converge. When that area is filled with tension, all of that becomes jumbled together. But when presence returns, a silent purification begins. Presence doesn't rigidly categorize. It orders through resonance. It lets you feel what's too heavy, what doesn't quite belong, what's crying out for attention, what can finally loosen up, what small truth is trying to break through amidst so much accumulated content. And that kind of perception is invaluable on your path. Because purpose isn't recognized solely through brilliant ideas or strategic decisions. It's also recognized through inner resonance. It's recognized when something in your center responds with a quiet truth. It's recognized when you stop living solely from the mind and begin to listen to what your presence knows without needing so much argumentation. This doesn't mean that every emotion in your chest is a perfect guide, nor does it mean that you should interpret every sensation as a sign. It means something more mature. It means learning to inhabit your center enough to distinguish between reaction and truth, between impulse and resonance, between fear and direction. This capacity grows when presence returns, and night greatly facilitates this return because it reduces interference. It offers you less external pressure, fewer demands, fewer stimuli. It leaves you with yourself. And in that, with yourself, if you don't immediately flee into the noise, something true begins to approach. You might notice it as a feeling of greater spaciousness in your chest, or as a softness that wasn't there before, or as an old sadness that finally softens, or as a relief that defies easy explanation. All of these can be part of the same process. When presence returns, it doesn't always bring just instant peace. Sometimes it first brings reality. It brings what had been held back. It brings what needed a safe space to be felt without drama. But even that is a form of order, because what is felt with presence stops pushing from the shadows. And when it stops pushing, your energy becomes clearer, less defensive, less compressed, more available for a higher vibration that doesn't arise from denying your humanity, but from integrating it. There's a misconception that sometimes circulates in certain spiritual circles. The idea that raising your vibration consists of escaping everything dense as quickly as possible. But true elevation doesn't always work that way. Sometimes it consists of returning with such presence to your center that the dense loses its hold due to a lack of concealment. It transforms because it ceases to be mixed with so much resistance. It clarifies because it finally finds an inner space where it can organize itself. The center of the chest has that quality. When you're present there, you don't sink or dissociate. You don't become weaker, you become more real. And reality has a strength that doesn't need rigidity. It has a gentle authority. It has a different kind of stability. It no longer depends so much on maintaining an image or compulsively responding to everything. It simply is. It simply breathes. It simply remains. That permanence is very important because it teaches you that you can be with yourself without running off toward a new distraction, a new explanation, or a new demand. Perhaps at this point in the night, you can already feel that something inside you isn't so far away. Maybe you can't quite name it, but there's a new closeness, as if you've returned from a long outward movement, as if a part of your attention, which had been scattered among many things, is finally beginning to stay with you. And when that happens, the night becomes deeper. Not because there's more intensity, but because there's more truth, more intimacy with your own consciousness, more space for the soul to make itself known without having to compete with the usual noise. The law of assumption also becomes purer when it arises from this center, because assuming isn't mechanically repeating a version of yourself that you don't yet inhabit. To truly assume is to allow your presence to become familiar with a more aligned identity. And that familiarity is best built when your center is open, when your chest isn't burdened by old defenses, when presence has space to settle in and silently say, "This resonates with me, this doesn't. This path feels alive. This other one constricts me." That wisdom doesn't shout, but it guides. As the night embraces you, you can begin to understand that you don't need to live so far removed from this center. You don't need to wait for major crises to return to it. You don't need everything outside to be resolved to give yourself permission to inhabit yourself honestly. You can return now. You can return in the midst of the process. You can return even if you don't yet have all the answers. Because returning to your presence doesn't depend on having your life figured out. It depends on your willingness to stop running from yourself. And here, in this moment, there's no need to run away anymore. The body no longer holds so much defense. The mind no longer clenches in the same way. Energy has stopped scattering so much. Silence has made space. Then presence can return. It returns to the center of your chest as a truth that was always available, even if sometimes hidden. It returns not to demand anything of you, but to remind you who you are when you no longer need to carry everything. It returns to give you back an intimacy with yourself that silently changes the quality of your rest and also the direction of your path. Because from this center, purpose begins to feel less distant. Not yet as a complete definition, perhaps, but as a possible vibration. As a direction that is no longer outside of you, but pulsating where your presence returns. And as the night progresses, that presence remains closer, more alive, more yours. It makes no noise. It doesn't seek to impose itself. It simply returns. It simply occupies the place that always belonged to it. It simply reminds you, with a steadfast tenderness, that there is a center within you to which you can always return. Chapter 7. To stop resisting is also to move forward. After feeling your body lower its guard, your mind release some of its urge to control. The silence that brings order to your inner being. Your energy reclaiming its natural space, and your presence returning to the center of your chest. A deeper lesson emerges. It's a lesson that isn't always obvious at first because it challenges a deeply ingrained idea in many people. The belief that you only move forward when you push, when you force, when you hold on, when you refuse to give in. However, the night reveals another truth. Letting go of resistance is also a form of progress. For a long time, you may have learned to navigate life from a place of tension, resisting pain, resisting uncertainty, resisting what you don't understand, resisting what you can't change immediately, resisting exhaustion, resisting pauses, resisting even what you feel, as if feeling too much might make you lose your balance. This way of living doesn't always stem from toughness. Sometimes it stems from fear, other times from habit, other times from an old way of protecting yourself. And although at certain times it may have helped you get through demanding periods, there comes a point where resistance ceases to be strength and begins to become exhaustion. Constant resistance consumes an enormous amount of energy, not only because it keeps you fighting against what is happening, but because it separates you from the wiser flow of your own consciousness. When you resist everything, you leave no room for things to rearrange themselves. You don't allow what has already ended to naturally recede. You don't allow the night to do its work within you. You remain bound to a form of strength that depends on contraction. And prolonged contraction ends up closing doors that can only be opened through gentleness. Therefore, this chapter doesn't invite you to surrender in the sense of abandoning your courage, your direction, or your desire for a more authentic life. It invites you to release that part of your resistance that no longer protects you, that only hardens you. It invites you to recognize that there's a difference between standing tall with dignity and living in constant struggle. There's a difference between being steadfast and always on edge. There's a difference between honoring your path and dragging it along through a silent inner battle. The night helps you feel that difference more clearly. Perhaps a part of you still believes that if you stop resisting, something will fall apart. That if you loosen up, you'll lose structure. That if you accept what you feel, you'll get stuck in it. that if you stop pushing, you'll stop moving forward. But often the opposite happens. What is released when you stop resisting is precisely what was held back by excessive force. Tension sustains for a time a sense of control, but it also blocks inner movement. It blocks perception. It blocks reorganization. It blocks rest. It blocks clarity. And deep life doesn't always respond to pressure. Often it responds to openness. Letting go of resistance doesn't mean condoning what hurts you or resigning yourself to a life without direction. It means ceasing to waste energy fighting against the immediate existence of something that is already happening inside you. If you feel tired, resistance consists of denying that tiredness and continuing to treat yourself as if it doesn't exist. If you feel sad, resistance can take the form of hardening yourself to avoid feeling it. If you feel uncertain, resistance can become an obsession with having instant answers. None of that brings peace. It only postpones a necessary encounter with yourself. The night doesn't ask you to dramatize what you feel, nor does it ask you to identify with it. It asks something more subtle, that you stop resisting so much what needs to be acknowledged, so it can find its place. Because not everything that arises within you wants to dominate you. Many things simply ask to be seen without struggle. Many tensions become denser because you push them away again and again. Many emotions linger not because they are eternal, but because resistance gives them an importance they wouldn't have if you allowed them to pass through the right space. Think of the water in a river. When it encounters an obstacle, it doesn't stop forever, nor does it destroy itself against it at every moment. It finds a way around it, through it, to continue its course without losing its nature. There is intelligence in that movement. It is not passivity, it is not weakness. It is continuity without rigidity. Your consciousness can learn something from that. It can stop insisting on crashing against every internal experience as if there were only one legitimate way forward. It can discover that sometimes moving forward consists of easing the impact and allowing the flow to resume. Perhaps for years, you've confused progress with pressure. Perhaps you thought you were only valuable when you were pushing yourself harder. Perhaps you believed that resting too much was losing momentum, that feeling too much was distracting, that loosening up too much was regressing. But the inner path doesn't always grow according to those rules. There are stages where true progress consists of ceasing to overload yourself, in ceasing to demand toughness from yourself when what you need is truth, in ceasing to use resistance as an identity. Because you are not someone destined to live in constant opposition. You are a consciousness capable of alignment. And aligning yourself doesn't always feel like a noisy conquest. Sometimes it feels like decompression, like a newfound softness in your chest, like a sense that you no longer have to prove so much strength to remain valuable, like a serene understanding that not everything has to be resolved through pushing and shoving. That understanding changes much more than it seems, because it alters your relationship with rest, with energy, with presence, and also with purpose. Purpose doesn't resonate well with a consciousness that's always resisting. Not because purpose is weak, but because its language is more subtle. When you live in constant struggle, it's hard to perceive your deeper direction. Everything becomes a jumble of urgency, defensiveness, and a need to secure something. Then you confuse impulse with truth. You confuse intensity with path. You confuse effort with meaning. But when you stop resisting enough to listen to yourself more closely, you begin to notice something different. You begin to feel what expands you and what contracts you, what brings you closer and what scatters you. what arises from your center, and what arises from the fear of losing control. This discernment is one of the most valuable fruits of conscious non-resistance. It's not about saying yes to everything. It's about ceasing. To compulsively say no to what arises within you, simply because it doesn't fit the image you wanted to uphold. It's about allowing truth to have its space before being corrected by your habits. It's about making room for inner experience to reveal its message without being immediately attacked by demands. Perhaps tonight, you can notice how many times you've resisted even calm. How many times, when stillness began to arrive, a part of you rushed to fill it with thoughts, reviews, worries, or mental tasks. As if peace were too unknown. As if you didn't yet fully know how to inhabit it without mistrust. That, too, is a form of resistance. Resisting stillness for fear of what it might reveal. Resisting silence for fear of ceasing to operate at speed. Resisting gentleness because you haven't learned that great strength also exists there. The deepest strength isn't always the one that withstands the most pressure. Sometimes it's the one that knows when to release it. It isn't always the one that remains hardened. Sometimes it's the one that maintains its center without needing so much defense. It isn't always the one that imposes itself. Sometimes it's the one that remains present while what's unnecessary loses its power. That strength is more mature, more serene, closer to the truth of your soul. Because the soul doesn't advance through blows. It advances through recognition, through coherence, through vibration, through a growing fidelity to who you truly are. The law of assumption is also distorted when you approach it from a place of resistance. If you try to assume a new inner identity by fighting against everything you feel, you only create another layer of tension. True assumption doesn't come from violently rejecting your current state. It comes from making space for a more coherent version of yourself, until that version becomes more natural than the old contraction. That requires patience. It requires gentleness. It requires less inner conflict. It requires understanding that transforming yourself isn't about attacking yourself, but about repositioning yourself in a higher truth. Letting go of resistance also gives you back your energy. Resistance drains you. It keeps active thoughts, defenses, and emotions that could begin to dissolve if you stopped fighting them. It keeps your body tense. It keeps your mind vigilant. It keeps your nights restless. When you stop resisting, you don't just release an emotional burden, you also free up inner resources. You regain spaciousness, you regain energetic breath, you regain a part of your ability to perceive the present without feeling it as a constant threat. That doesn't mean everything will suddenly become simple. There will still be things that require time, understanding, or conscious decisions. But you'll no longer be adding the extra burden of constant resistance. And that changes the quality of the process, because it's not the same to navigate a difficulty with presence as it is to fight it with rigidity. It's not the same to feel an emotion and let it settle as it is to fight it until you're exhausted. It's not the same to not yet have all the answers and remain open as it is to despair at not being able to control everything. Night is a great teacher of this truth. See how it arrives. It doesn't violently thrust in the day. It gradually replaces it. It doesn't demand that everything change at once. It slowly dims the intensity, reduces the volume, giving space back to what is essential. Your inner self can also be transformed in this way. Not by imposition, but by diminishing resistance. Not by attack, but by alignment. Not by exhausting yourself fighting, but by recognizing what no longer needs opposition to find its place. Perhaps a part of you has been fiercely loyal to resistance because you feared that without it, you would be defenseless. But tonight, you can begin to see something different. You can begin to feel that when you consciously cease resisting, you don't weaken. You become more permeable to the truth, more honest, more receptive, more capable of truly resting, more open to a different frequency, less burdensome, less closed off, less conditioned by the constant struggle with what is. And that more open frequency is very much like peace. Not a decorative or fragile peace, but a peace with roots. A peace that doesn't depend on everything being resolved, but on no longer being intent on making everything tense. A peace that grows because you release the need to immediately correct every feeling, every thought, every uncertainty. A peace that returns you to your center and reminds you that you also move forward when you allow. You also mature when you loosen up. You also evolve when you stop turning the path into a constant battle. Now, as night envelops you a little longer, you can accept this possibility with simplicity. Not everything requires resistance. Not everything within you needs to be pushed, denied, or defeated. Some things transform best when you let them breathe. Some processes become clearer when you release the pressure. Some parts of you will only reveal their truth when they sense you're no longer fighting against them for their existence. This applies to emotions, memories, questions, desires, and also to your purpose. Because purpose, in its most authentic form, doesn't arise from an inner struggle. It arises from an ever clearer alignment between who you are and what you choose to inhabit. And that alignment grows when resistance diminishes. It grows when your energy ceases to be consumed by sterile tensions. It grows when your presence can remain undisturbed by silence. It grows when you learn that moving forward isn't always about pushing harder, but about ceasing to resist the truth that already seeks to emerge within you. Tonight, then, don't ask yourself for another struggle. Don't turn rest into another test of endurance. Don't force yourself to resolve what can mature better in calm. Allow something within you to loosen. Allow resistance to lose some ground. Allow the inner river to find a gentler course. And in that gentleness that doesn't renounce the truth, but rather makes it more attainable, you will begin to recognize a new way forward. A silent, profound, and real way. A way in which you finally discover that ceasing to resist is also a form of progress. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you that if what you see here resonates with you, you'll find much more material to continue learning in the first link in the description. Chapter 8. Your vibration changes when tension ceases. By this time of night, something within you has already begun to shift. Your body no longer maintains the same defenses. Your mind no longer clenches with the same insistence. Silence has begun to order what was jumbled. Your energy has stopped scattering so much. Your presence feels closer again. And as you cease resisting, a new space has emerged. Now, from that space, you can perceive a truth that often goes unnoticed. Your vibration changes when tension ceases. Vibration is often discussed as if it were something distant, difficult to understand, or reserved for extraordinary moments. But in reality, vibration is expressed in the most everyday aspects of life. It's in the way you inhabit your inner self. It's in the tone with which you hold your thoughts. It's in the quality of your attention. It's in the breadth or narrowness with which you experience life. It's in the difference between living with contraction and living with openness. It's not a decorative concept. It's the living imprint of how your consciousness, your energy, and your inner state are organized in every moment. That's why it's important to understand something simple. Not every vibrational elevation comes from accumulating pleasant stimuli, from kind words, or from trying to force yourself to feel better. Often, the most genuine elevation occurs when whatever was weighing you down stops operating. When a tension you were unconsciously maintaining ceases. When a defense that had taken up too much space loosens. When an internal habit of pressure, vigilance, or struggle is interrupted. Then you don't have to manufacture a higher frequency. That frequency begins to reveal itself through the absence of interference. Throughout the day, tension can take many forms. Sometimes it's physical, sometimes mental, sometimes emotional. Sometimes it's such a common combination of all of these that you can no longer distinguish it clearly. It might be the need to respond immediately, the urge to control every detail, the habit of anticipating problems, the rigidity with which you treat yourself, the silent burden of unresolved expectations, the way you hold internal conversations that never seem to end. All of these generate a kind of friction, and sustained friction densifies your field. It doesn't mean you lose your essence. It doesn't mean you cease to have inner light. It means that this light becomes covered by layers of tension that alter how you experience it. You feel heavier, more restless, more fragmented, more distant from your center. Then you try to rise from the mind, but you continue to hold on to the same patterns of contraction underneath. And that's why sometimes the feeling of relief is short-lived, because it wasn't just about thinking differently. It was also about ceasing to strain your experience so much. Tension has a very particular way of settling in. It becomes normal. It blends into your identity. It makes you believe you're naturally restless, demanding, alert, or tense inside, when often what's really happening is that you haven't allowed yourself to loosen up for too long. You've held on to certain states for so long that you've ended up mistaking them for who you are. But the night comes to show you another possibility. It comes to tell you, without words, that perhaps you aren't that rigidity. Perhaps you aren't that constant pressure. Perhaps beneath it all lies a cleaner vibration waiting for less resistance. And when the tension eases, even just a little, you feel the change. Not always as an explosion of well-being. Sometimes it feels like a slight weight loss, as if the air were circulating better inside you, as if the night were settling in deeper, as if your chest had more space, as if certain thoughts were losing intensity on their own, as if suddenly you no longer needed to maintain the same rigidity to continue existing. That feeling, though it may seem simple, is profoundly revealing. It shows you that much of what you called tiredness, blockage, or inner distance was actually accumulated tension. By releasing tension, your energy stops wasting strength on maintaining an unnecessary structure. It no longer has to invest so much in defense. It no longer has to be prepared for everything. It no longer has to divide itself among too many frictions at once. Then, a natural reorganization occurs. The vibration is refined. Attention is cleared. Presence becomes sharper. And what once seemed difficult to feel begins to approach with less effort. This is important for your spiritual path because many people try to raise their vibration without addressing the tension they cultivate daily. They want peace, yet they continue to wage an inner war. They want clarity, yet they continue to live under constant pressure. They want presence, yet they continue to treat every moment as a test. They want purpose, yet they continue to demand so much of themselves that they can't hear anything subtle. It's not that they intend harm. It's just that sometimes the path seems more complicated than it actually is. And a large part of the transformation begins simply when you stop holding everything together. A high vibration isn't always intense. Sometimes it's gentle, steady, and profound. Sometimes it resembles coherence rather than enthusiasm. Sometimes it doesn't shine outwardly, but it feels like a quiet truth within. A high vibration can manifest as true rest, as clarity without agitation, as a peace that doesn't depend on immediate explanations. It can feel like a greater closeness to yourself, like a silence that doesn't disturb, like a clearer perception of what serves you and what no longer does. All of this becomes more accessible when tension ceases. Perhaps for a long time, you thought that to grow, you had to demand more of yourself. Push yourself harder. Correct yourself more. Perhaps you even applied that logic to your inner self. You wanted to improve through self-imposed demands, evolve through pressure, transform yourself through a constant struggle with your most challenging states. But true growth doesn't always depend on the intensity of the push. Often, it depends on the quality of the space you create. And that space is born when tension takes a back seat. This isn't about becoming indifferent. It's not about denying responsibility or abandoning your process. It's about recognizing that excessive tension isn't synonymous with commitment. Often, it's simply a learned way of relating to life, a way that may have arisen to sustain you at other times, but that no longer needs to govern your life. You can commit to your evolution from a place of serenity. You can nurture your energy without becoming rigid. You can move forward without feeling constricted inside. In fact, there are aspects of your being that only become accessible when tension subsides. Intuition is one of them. True resonance is another. So is the ability to recognize which thoughts arise from fear and which arise from a higher understanding. When you live under tension, everything becomes jumbled together. The urgent seems important. The noisy seems true. The repetitive seems inevitable. But when tension eases, a window of perception opens up. And within that window, you can begin to sense more accurately what you previously couldn't distinguish. Your purpose is also best perceived from this place, because purpose doesn't usually emerge clearly in a field saturated with friction. It may be desired, thought about, or even imagined, but to truly feel real, it needs a less compressed inner world. It needs a consciousness capable of receiving, not just pushing. It needs a vibration that isn't absorbed by too many simultaneous tensions. That's why tonight, by letting the tension subside, you're not just relaxing. You're becoming more adept at recognizing direction, more receptive to what holds truth for you, more open to a kind of clarity that doesn't arise from constant analysis, but from alignment. You may now be beginning to understand something that once seemed distant. Raising your vibration isn't about adding something foreign to your nature. It's about removing what constricts it. It's about ceasing to feed what weighs it down. It's about allowing your purest state to have space again. This understanding is liberating because it takes you out of an exhausting search. You no longer have to chase an impossible frequency. You have to learn not to interfere so much with the one that arises when you return to yourself. Returning to yourself doesn't always feel like a grand, mystical experience. Sometimes it feels like simplicity, like an inexplicable gentleness, like a rest finally free from the same level of demand, like a feeling that the night truly holds you. And in that simplicity lies a profound transformation. Because many of the highest truths don't come in the form of a spectacle, but in the form of recognition. You recognize that you can be lighter. You recognize that you don't need to carry so much hardship. You recognize that a significant part of your well-being depends on how much tension you stop feeding. The law of assumption, when deeply understood, also benefits from this cessation of tension. You cannot naturally assume a new identity if your system remains rigid, vigilant, and tightly bound to old states. The new truth needs space to settle. It needs a less reactive vibration. It needs an inner field where tension doesn't constantly disrupt the familiarity with what you wish to inhabit. Assuming is not forcing. Assuming is allowing a new frequency to become more natural than the old one. And that becomes possible when the noise of tension subsides. Perhaps that's why tonight you don't need to produce any special emotion. You don't need to convince yourself that everything is perfect. You don't need to reach an extraordinary state. You only need to notice how much your inner self changes when the tension ceases. Notice how your thoughts become less aggressive, how your body stops sending so many warning signals, how your internal breathing expands, how your energy no longer feels so scattered, how your chest becomes a habitable place again. All of that is already vibration in motion. All of that is already transformation. And the more you acknowledge this, the less you depend on external stimuli to feel uplifted. You begin to discover that there is a deeper source, a source born from coherence, presence, and the reduction of friction. From there, the night doesn't just lull you to sleep. It refines you. It cleanses you. It returns you to a part of your natural state, a state where you don't need so much resistance, so much control, or so much tension to feel supported. There is a quiet beauty in this moment. You are no longer trying to force peace. You are no longer forcing the mind to be silent by decree. You are no longer fighting every sensation. You are letting the tension slip away. And as it slips away, something better emerges. Something higher, yet more serene. Something cleaner, yet less dramatic. Something truer. Your vibration shifts not because you are moving away from yourself, but because you are finally moving closer without the weight of so much contraction. That closeness to yourself is a frequency. That truth without harshness is a frequency. That calm that needs no justification is a frequency. And the more you recognize it, the more you understand that the night can teach you a different way of being. A way in which elevation is not an exhausting effort, but the natural consequence of letting go of what no longer needs to keep you tense. Then, rest becomes deeper. Consciousness, clearer. Energy, cleaner. And in the midst of that gentleness that no longer threatens you, but rather guides you, you begin to feel something essential within you. Rise silently and settle into a peace that increasingly resembles your truth. Chapter 9. The Night as a Territory of Reorganization. There's something most people don't realize when night falls. They think it simply marks the end of the day, a pause between obligations, a natural descent into sleep. And yet, night can be so much more than an interruption of external activity. It can become a territory of reorganization, a silent space where what was scattered begins to gather, what was tense begins to loosen, and what was jumbled begins to find a new order within you. During the day, your experience is usually governed by a logic of continuity. One thing leads to another. One thought calls for the next. One task opens up another. One emotion chains together with new reactions. Time seems to never stop, and in that flow, many parts of your inner world are constantly working. Some maintain pressure. Others retain old alerts. Still others continue processing scenes that have already ended. And you almost never pause long enough to notice how much of your energy has been distributed in places that no longer need to occupy it. That's why the night is so valuable, because it interrupts that continuity and gives you back the possibility of rearranging what the speed of things has disrupted. Reorganizing isn't about starting over from scratch. It's not about denying your past experiences or becoming someone else overnight. Reorganizing is about allowing everything to find its truer place within you. It's about taking away the centrality of what had taken up too much space. It's about restoring presence to what had been relegated. It's about recognizing that not everything that was activated during the day deserves to continue governing your inner state when it's time to rest. The night, when you inhabit it consciously, helps you do precisely that. Perhaps you haven't always thought of rest this way. Maybe for a long time, night was just the moment when exhaustion overcame you, or the instant when you continued mentally processing what had happened until you fell asleep without a true transition. Perhaps you even got used to entering sleep without fully letting go of the day's internal rhythm. But there is another way to cross this threshold, a wiser, cleaner way, more in tune with the deep life that stirs within you. That way begins when you accept that night is not simply a pause, but an active territory of silent reorganization. In this space, many things can find their place without being forced. What you experience during the day doesn't disappear, but it ceases to occupy all the space. What you feel isn't denied, but it begins to take shape. What you think doesn't become the enemy, but it loses its drive to dominate everything. This reorganization doesn't happen through haste, nor through obsessive analysis. It happens when consciousness stops interfering excessively and allows a deeper intelligence to accommodate what is necessary. Your being knows how to do this. It knows how to reorganize itself when you give it the right conditions. It knows how to restore coherence when the noise diminishes. Perhaps that's one of the main reasons why deep sleep is so transformative, even if you can't always put it into words. Because while everything outside seems still, inside, many things are rearranging themselves. Some burdens lose their intensity. Some ideas stop pressing on you. Some emotions finally find a less chaotic space to settle. Some truths, buried under the rush of the day, begin to become perceptible. Not because the night works magic, but because it creates the right atmosphere for your inner self to stop being overwhelmed by constant interference. Inner reorganization isn't always immediately visible. Sometimes it doesn't manifest as a grand revelation, but as a feeling of greater space upon waking, or as a newfound clarity regarding something that previously seemed confusing, or as a quiet relief you can't quite explain. Sometimes you simply feel that a certain pressure no longer carries the same weight, and that's enough to recognize that something within you has shifted. The important thing is to understand that the night has this power when you stop approaching it as if it were merely a fall from exhaustion. Some people live with such inner turmoil that they forget the soul also needs order. Not just time, not just schedules, not just external decisions. The soul needs space so that experience can cease to be chaotic. It needs a territory where the vibration can be cleansed of excess. It needs an atmosphere where everything isn't constantly vying for attention. Night offers that territory. It withdraws you for a few hours from the visible movement and brings you closer to a deeper process. One that doesn't thrive on noise, but on descent. Not on pressure, but on openness. Think about everything that might have built up inside you in a single day. Small tensions you didn't express. Conversations that lingered longer than they should have. Sentences left unspoken. Expectations that went unanswered. Micro decisions, worries, suppressed impulses, postponed emotions, internal demands you barely noticed. None of it seems huge on its own, but together it can form a dense layer. A layer that disrupts your energy and makes you feel further from your center. If you go into the night without allowing for a reorganization, that layer can continue to accompany you. And what should have settled lingers. What could have dissolved drags on. What needed to be repositioned remains mixed up. That's why sleep isn't enough. How you approach night also matters. It matters whether you enter it still clinging to everything or whether you allow the internal process to begin clearing. It matters whether you consider rest a right of the soul or simply a way for the body to shut down. It matters whether you understand that this part of the day can give you back much more than sleep. It can give you back order. It can give you back wholeness. It can give you back a vibration less contaminated by the many frictions of the outside world. When night is embraced as a space for reorganization, it ceases to be passive. It becomes a realm of restoration, a place where your consciousness can descend from a superficial level and enter a more nuanced register. You don't need to rigidly direct this process. In fact, the more you force it, the more you disrupt it. What is required here is trust. The trust to know that your inner self possesses a wisdom that doesn't always operate according to the logic of daytime. During the day, you resolve, produce, decide, and respond. During the night, another part of you activates, a part that doesn't compete or argue, but rather reorganizes. This reorganization has a direct effect on your vibration. Because disordered energy doesn't just feel heavy, it also becomes confusing. It struggles to distinguish what is essential from what is secondary. It struggles to recognize direction. It struggles to stay centered. In contrast, when your inner self begins to organize itself, your vibration refines. It becomes less reactive, less chaotic, and more capable of holding an inner truth without so much surrounding noise. And this capacity is crucial for the process you are experiencing. Because you don't just want to rest, you also want to raise your vibration and move closer to your purpose. Both of these things require inner order. Purpose rarely becomes clear amidst inner chaos. It may exist, of course. It may be throbbing. It may be giving off signals. But if your inner world is saturated, it's hard to perceive it clearly. Everything is permeated by urgency, by confusion, by a mixture of real desires and inherited pressures. Night, by reorganizing you, helps reduce that distortion. It doesn't always give you complete answers, but it does clear the field so that true direction can begin to emerge. Sometimes you don't need more information. You need less clutter. Less clutter means fewer open stories tugging at your attention. Fewer emotions vying for dominance. Fewer overlapping thoughts. Less unnecessary weight surrounding simplicity. And when that happens, you begin to perceive a distinct quality within. Something feels cleaner, more breathable, more reliable. It's as if some pieces finally stop clashing and begin to form a kinder whole. That whole isn't perfection. It's enough coherence so your soul doesn't have to strain so much to be heard. Perhaps a part of you has become so accustomed to reorganizing the external world that you've forgotten to allow for internal reorganization. You've learned to comply, to respond, to correct, to sustain. But not always to let the deep life within you find its own order. The night can teach you that. It can teach you that not everything depends on visible action. That there are silent movements that change more than it seems. That a life with purpose is also built from these spaces where nothing seems to happen. And yet, everything begins to fall into place. Even your relationship with yourself changes when you recognize this. You stop treating yourself like a machine that simply shuts off at the end of the day. You begin to see yourself as a living field that needs to be gathered, cleared, and reoriented. You understand that you are not only the result of your daytime actions, but also of how you allow the night to remake you from within. Because yes, the night also remakes. It remakes in silence. It remakes by removing excess. It remakes by lowering intensity. It remakes by restoring the connection between your presence and your center. The law of assumption also finds fertile ground in the night, not because you must endlessly repeat ideas, but because when your inner self reorganizes, it becomes easier to inhabit a new truth. old identifications lose some of their weight. Former tensions cease to occupy so much space. The stories that sustained a limited version of yourself begin to detach from your core. Then, consciousness can become more familiar with a more aligned identity. Not through struggle, but through reordering. Not through empty repetition, but through a vibration that becomes more habitable. Perhaps that's what tonight begins to offer you. Not an instant solution, but a new disposition. A different way of letting the day end. A wiser way of entering rest. No longer dragging what you've experienced as an extension of the day, but allowing everything to find a new place within you. What matters becomes clear. What was merely noisy fades away. What was tight loosens. What was scattered returns. What was chaotic begins to fall into place. And in that reorganization, something you may have needed for a long time emerges. A sense of return. A return to a less fragmented state. A return to a less invaded energy. A return to a consciousness that can listen to itself more clearly. A return to a presence that no longer has to struggle so much to feel real. The night then becomes an ally of your evolution, not only because it allows you to sleep, but because it teaches you to be remade by what is essential. This is the profound beauty of this territory. It doesn't demand spectacle. It doesn't demand grand pronouncements. It doesn't ask you to prove anything. It simply asks you to enter it with an open mind, to let it do its work, to let your inner life rearrange itself without your constant interference, to let the silence, the gentleness, and the diminishing noise create the conditions for a new coherence. And from that coherence, everything shifts a little. Your rest, your clarity, your vibration, your relationship with yourself, even the way you begin to sense purpose. Now, night is no longer just the end of the day. It is a living territory where what was out of place begins to return to its proper course. A territory where excess loses its power and the essential gains presence. A territory where your energy, your consciousness, and your soul finally find a worthy space to reorganize themselves. And while you remain here, without haste and without resistance, something very deep settles within you, as if the serene darkness of the night were silently preparing the purest form of your next awakening. Chapter 10. What you keep silent also seeks to align itself. There are things inside you that don't always become clear thought. They don't take the form of a complete idea or an obvious emotion. They don't always know how to name themselves. Sometimes they just remain there, silent, like a faint pressure, a diffuse discomfort, a feeling of burden without a visible history. They are parts of your experience that you haven't found the time, language, or space to express. Not necessarily because you wanted to hide them, but because the rhythm of the day didn't leave room to listen to them. And yet, even if you don't say them, even if you don't explain them, even if they remain formless, what you keep silent also seeks to align itself. Night has a particular relationship with what remains unspoken. During the day, many things are sustained by inertia. You act, you respond, you decide, you move between tasks, conversations, and demands. The pace of the environment can cause the unexpressed to fade into the background. But when everything begins to slow down, when external activity recedes and silence enters your space, what has been unspoken begins to make itself felt differently. Not always as a problem, not always as an open wound, sometimes simply as an inner presence that demands order, as something that no longer wants to live without a place. Perhaps you've spent time thinking that only what you say, what you understand, or what you can clearly explain matters. But your inner life is much richer than that. There are truths that haven't yet learned to speak. There are emotions that haven't found a safe way to express themselves. There are deep needs that have been postponed until they're hidden behind habit. There are parts of you that have learned to be silent so as not to cause discomfort, to avoid overflowing, to avoid disrupting the flow of the day. And although that silence may have seemed useful for a while, there comes a time when what has been silenced begins to ask for something else. Not necessarily to be suddenly exposed, but to be aligned. Alignment isn't about forcing a confession. It's not about pushing an emotion until it becomes intense. It's not about laying everything bare without discernment. Alignment is about allowing what has remained silent to cease being disordered within you. It's about giving it a more authentic place. It's about ceasing to treat it as an uncomfortable shadow and beginning to recognize that it too is part of the inner movement seeking coherence. What is unspoken doesn't always want to be shouted. Sometimes it simply wants to be acknowledged so that it stops straining your inner field from within. Think about how many times you've moved on while something inside you was left behind. A conversation you couldn't finish internally. A weariness you never named. A need for rest you postponed. A sadness you didn't want to carry throughout the day. A deep desire you didn't express for fear it seemed impossible. An intuition you preferred to silence because it didn't fit with expectations. All of that can remain, living in a silent corner of your being. It doesn't disappear. It settles as best it can. It waits. And while it waits, it continues to influence your energy. That's why you sometimes reach night with a strange feeling. Not necessarily dramatic, but certainly hard to ignore. As if something is still suspended inside you. As if closing out the day isn't enough because a part of your inner world still doesn't feel settled. This feeling usually comes from what hasn't been integrated, from what was silenced not out of wisdom, but for lack of space. Night then becomes a precious opportunity, not to resolve everything, but for what was silenced to no longer be left out of the reorganization that is taking place within you. There is a difference between peaceful silence and silence born of accumulation. Silence born of peace is expansive. It doesn't oppress. It doesn't weigh you down. It doesn't interrupt your presence. Silence born of accumulation, on the other hand, is dense. It remains trapped in the chest, in the inner throat, in the background mind, in your energy. It doesn't always make noise, but it occupies space. And the longer it remains out of alignment, the more it alters your vibration. Not because it's bad to feel it, but because what remains out of order begins to exert its influence from the shadows. What you keep silent about also shapes how you inhabit yourself. It shapes your openness, your rest, your clarity, your ability to perceive what is good for you and what no longer serves you. If you hold too much in without allowing any kind of internal reorganization, your field begins to saturate with unexpressed, unrecognized, or unresolved content. Then, the energy becomes more opaque. The mind tries to control more. The body holds more tension. Presence becomes less clear. Not because of an essential flaw, but because too many things have been left without a true place. But tonight, you can begin to change that. Because here, you don't need to produce a complete explanation. You don't need to reconstruct every story. You don't need to find an exact phrase for everything you still can't name. You only need to accept that there are parts of your silent experience that also deserve order. They deserve to be included in this profound reorganization. They deserve to stop being trapped between denial and excessive control. They deserve to approach the serene light of your awareness without violence. Perhaps you feel there are things you didn't say because it wasn't the right time. or because you didn't want to open up more than you could handle, or because even you didn't fully understand what was happening inside. That's okay. Not everything needs to be revealed immediately. Not every truth needs to be made public. Not every experience finds words the moment it arises. But just because something hasn't been said doesn't mean it has to remain unresolved. You can begin to sort it out from within. You can begin to make room for it without exposing it. You can allow it a more coherent way of existing within you. Sometimes what you keep silent isn't pain. Sometimes it's truth. A simple, profound truth that you've avoided acknowledging because it would change too much how you see yourself. Perhaps you know, in a silent part of yourself, that you no longer want to live the same way. Perhaps you know that certain inner loyalties have reached their limit. Perhaps you know that your energy yearns for a life more aligned, more honest, closer to what truly resonates with you. But since that truth doesn't always come with a clear plan, you keep it quiet. You postpone it. You cover it up with busyness. Even so, it's still there. And tonight, too, it seeks alignment. Alignment begins when you stop treating all that remains unspoken as unimportant background noise. It begins when you recognize that even that which has not been articulated affects your vibration. It begins when you accept that your peace depends not only on what you understand, but also on how you hold what is not yet fully expressed. You can hold it with conflict or with presence. You can hold it with resistance or with space. You can ignore it, or you can allow it to slowly enter the new order that the night is building within you. That decision makes a big difference. Because when something silent begins to align, it stops draining your energy from the depths. It stops straining the field unseen. It stops demanding attention through weariness, confusion, or vague restlessness. It begins to occupy a more rightful place. And when everything occupies a more rightful place, your inner world becomes more breathable. The vibration clears, the chest expands. The night ceases to be a silent accumulation and becomes a gentle cleansing. Perhaps for a long time, you thought you could handle everything without pausing to listen to what hasn't been expressed. But mature consciousness isn't built by ignoring what lies beneath. It's built by integrating, by making space, by allowing even the most silent things to find a less chaotic place within the whole of your experience. You don't need to open all the doors at once. You don't need to go faster than your soul can keep up. You simply need not to abandon within yourself that which also seeks a truer way of existing. This is especially important when the path you're on points toward purpose. Because purpose doesn't flourish in an inner structure filled with misaligned silences. There may be talent, desire, intuition, even clear signs. But if a deep part of you continues to hold too many unspoken, unresolved truths, progress becomes heavier. Not because you're broken, but because too much energy is occupied holding on to what hasn't found its place. Aligning the unspoken releases that energy. It returns it to your center. It puts it to use for a more coherent life. The law of assumption also touches on this point directly. You cannot naturally inhabit a new identity if you continue to silently carry a huge amount of unacknowledged inner material. Not because you have to resolve everything first, but because your field needs more honesty. Assuming is not pretending. Assuming is allowing a new truth to settle within an inner world that has begun to make space. And that space includes what has been silenced. The unspoken must also feel that it can belong to the new order without remaining hidden under layers of tension. Perhaps that's why tonight isn't about talking more, but about listening better. Listening to what doesn't shout, what doesn't demand a show, what may have been waiting for a sufficiently serene environment to begin settling in. It could be a small emotion, an old weariness, an honest desire, a gentle disappointment, an understanding that hasn't quite revealed itself yet. Whatever it is, it doesn't need judgment. It needs space. It needs to feel that it will no longer be excluded from your inner process simply because it doesn't immediately fit into a convenient explanation. What you keep silent also longs for peace. It also longs for order. It also longs to be freed from the pressures of the day and the lack of a space to rest. And the night can offer it. It can open a wider, less demanding space where everything that has been silenced begins to loosen. Where the unspoken no longer has to weigh so heavily. Where the unresolved doesn't have to become part of your identity. Where the profound finds a gentler way to approach consciousness. As that happens, you feel less division, less distance between the surface and the depths, less need to hold on to images that no longer fully represent your truth, less pressure to keep closed what really just needs serenity to align. That lessening of division is a form of freedom, and it's also a vibrational uplift because your energy becomes less fragmented, less preoccupied with hiding, more available to be present. Tonight, then, don't ask yourself to explain the inexplicable or force open everything that has been silent for so long. Just acknowledge this. What you keep silent is also part of you, and it too seeks order. It too desires a place where it doesn't have to strain your field to be acknowledged. It too longs to belong to a more integrated version of your consciousness. And as the night continues to spread its calm, you can allow that silent material to cease living in the shadows, not to dominate you, but to align itself. Then something shifts. Your chest becomes less closed, your energy less opaque, your mind less reactive, your presence more complete. And in that more gathered, more honest, and more breathable state, a new kind of peace begins to settle within you. Not the peace of someone who feels nothing, but the peace of someone who no longer needs to exclude entire parts of themselves in order to rest. There, in that more whole rest, something essential draws near. Something that doesn't shout, but guides. Something that doesn't demand, but commands. Something you may have been searching for a long time. Something that could only appear when even the quietest parts of yourself finally found their place within you. Chapter 11. Releasing density opens a new perception. There are moments on the inner journey when you don't need to add anything more. No more ideas, no more effort, no more attempts to improve your state at all costs. What you need is to release density, because often it's not the absence of light that prevents you from feeling clear, but the accumulation of inner weight that has been clouding your perception. It's not always a profound darkness. Sometimes it's a subtle but persistent layer, a mixture of tension, repetitive thoughts, repressed emotions, old loyalties, accumulated fatigue, and small, everyday contractions that, over time, make your experience heavier. And when that density settles in, you see less, feel less, trust less, even if you can't always explain why. Density isn't always visible from the outside. You can keep functioning. You can fulfill your obligations, respond, carry on. You can even appear calm while inside something has grown thick. A part of your consciousness stops moving freely. Your energy loses its lightness. Your body becomes heavier. Your mind narrower. Your chest less available. And little by little, you begin to believe that this way of inhabiting yourself is normal. That this is who you are. That this is how life is lived. But the night, when you experience it with presence, reveals a different possibility. It shows you that much of what you took for your identity was just accumulated density, and that letting it go doesn't take anything essential away from you. On the contrary, it restores your vision. Releasing density doesn't mean rejecting your humanity or denying what you felt. It doesn't mean forcing yourself to be okay. It doesn't mean constructing an artificially luminous version of yourself. It means ceasing to hold as permanent that which no longer needs to occupy so much space in your field. It means loosening your attachment to burdens that have lingered longer than necessary. It means recognizing that not everything that happened needs to continue vibrating within you with the same intensity. And that understanding opens a precious movement, a movement in which perception begins to liberate itself. Throughout the day, many things cling to your energy, some through impact, others through repetition, still others simply because there wasn't a conscious pause to let them go. Impressions, words, worries, impulses, fleeting hurts, demands, and scenes that the mind kept replaying remain. All of this can make your inner field dense without you even fully realizing it. Not because you're fragile, but because you're sensitive, alive, and open to experience. The important thing isn't to avoid all contact with life. The important thing is not to let each impression become a permanent residence. Nighttime is the best time for this release. Not because you need to make a special effort, but because the natural decrease in activity creates the conditions for the dense to begin separating from the essential. Density tends to persist when you keep feeding it with control, resistance, or mental repetition. But when you loosen up, when the body relaxes, when the mind stops clenching, when silence takes hold and energy returns to its center, then many heavy layers begin to lose their cohesion. And in that loss, something new becomes possible. You perceive things differently. New perception doesn't always arrive as a grand revelation. Sometimes it manifests as a simple cleansing, as if what you once saw with confusion begins to fall into place, as if certain thoughts no longer hold you captive in the same way, as if an emotion that seemed enormous begins to find its true scale, as if the inner world ceases to feel so saturated and, at last, greater transparency emerges. That transparency is valuable, because where there was once density, now there begins to be space, and in that space, the truth is more readily recognized. Perhaps you've spent too much time trying to understand more, when what you really needed was to carry less, trying to find new answers, when what was needed was to peel back old layers, trying to think more clearly, even though your perception remained shrouded in the weight of unreleased experiences. It's important to understand this. Perception isn't renewed simply by adding more information. It's also renewed when you stop looking through so much density. When your inner world clears, even the same event can be seen from a completely different perspective. Think of a fogged-up window. The landscape hasn't disappeared. It's still there. But as long as the glass is covered, you see it distorted, blurred, distant. There's no need to create another landscape. You just need to clean the surface. Something similar happens to you. Life, your direction, your purpose, your inner truth. These aren't always absent. Sometimes they're simply being perceived through too much accumulated density. Then you doubt what you feel. You struggle to distinguish what's real from what's just weight. You become less sensitive to the subtle. And without the subtle, the soul seems distant. But the soul isn't far away. It's just waiting for a clearer field to make itself known. Releasing density fosters precisely that. You don't manufacture intuition. You remove obstacles. You don't manufacture clarity. You reduce interference. You don't manufacture lightness. You stop holding on to what was blocking it. And when that process begins, even in a small way, perception changes. You become more capable of recognizing what previously went unnoticed. You begin to feel what is yours and what isn't, what truly belongs to you and what you've only been carrying out of habit, fear, or inertia. Sometimes, the weight doesn't come from a single experience, but from a long accumulation of small contractions, an overly harsh way of thinking, a habit of demanding too much of yourself, a difficulty in winding down internally, a habit of absorbing other people's stress, a tendency to dwell on unresolved issues. None of this has to be extreme to create weight. It just needs to be repeated often enough. The weight settles in through silent accumulation, and that's why it can also be released through a gradual descent, night after night, layer upon layer. Releasing density requires a form of honesty, the honesty to recognize that not everything you carry is necessary, that some inner loyalties no longer make sense, that certain ways of supporting yourself were once helpful, but now only harden your field, that some worries no longer deserve to consume your energy, that a certain identity built around effort, pressure, or survival no longer expresses your deepest level of truth. This honesty is not accusatory. It doesn't condemn you. It liberates you. Because as soon as you see a burden more clearly, it begins to lose some of its hold. And as you relinquish control, a different perception of time, of life, of yourself emerges. You stop feeling that everything is so urgent. You stop assuming that every thought deserves attention. You stop responding with the same tension to everything that stirs within you. You begin to observe more broadly, to discern with less fear, to feel with less drama. All of this is renewed perception. All of this is the result of a density that begins to loosen. You don't need to fabricate this new vision. It arises when you are no longer so encased. This has a profound effect on your vibration, because your vibration rises not only when you think more clearly, but when your energy field becomes less heavy, less opaque, less saturated with repressed content. True lightness isn't superficiality. It's energetic cleansing, emotional coherence, a presence that no longer has to drag so much weight. When density gives way, your frequency shifts, not because you transform into someone unrealistically perfect, but because you stop living so enmeshed with what you're no longer meant to hold on to. Your relationship with purpose also changes. Often, you lack clarity because you're trying to perceive your direction through a tired, overloaded consciousness, thick with too many open questions. You want signs, but the field is full. You want intuition, but your perception is clouded. You want meaning, but your energy remains tied to old conflicts. Releasing density prepares the ground for a different kind of listening, a more refined, serene listening, closer to reality. Then, purpose no longer seems like a distant idea. It begins to feel like a subtle direction that was always there, waiting for a freer consciousness to recognize it. You may not yet know exactly what you're letting go of tonight. That's okay. Not everything needs a name to begin to release. Sometimes it's enough to notice that something within you no longer wants to carry the same weight. It's enough to feel an old form of tension weakening. It's enough to allow the night to help you leave behind some of the burden you don't need to carry to sleep. That willingness already opens the process. It already loosens the layer. It already cleans the lens. It already changes the quality of your perception. The law of assumption also comes into play here. You cannot naturally inhabit a new inner identity if you remain shrouded in old densities that dominate your field. Not because you must eliminate everything first, but because assumption requires space. It requires ground where a new truth can feel more real than the old weight. And that ground is built by letting go. Letting go of old attachments. Letting go of internal images that no longer resonate. letting go of ways of thinking that densify your vibration. Not violently, not like a war, but like a patient and profound cleansing. Perhaps that's why the night is so powerful, because it doesn't ask you to demonstrate strength on the surface. It invites you to a much deeper process. It invites you to let go of what's unnecessary, to allow inner gravity to pull down what no longer needs to cling to your energy, to allow your soul to breathe without so many layers, to allow your inner vision to become less clouded. And when that happens, what emerges isn't just relief. It's new perception. You perceive more clearly what you previously misunderstood. You perceive more accurately what depletes your energy field and what strengthens it. You perceive more gently what your heart is trying to tell you. You perceive which thoughts stem from fear and which no longer need to be believed. You perceive that peace wasn't so far away. It was merely obscured. You perceive that clarity wasn't a distant privilege. It simply needed less weight. You perceive that your center remains intact beneath the layers of density that life has accumulated upon it. And this new perception has a transformative quality. It doesn't impose itself. It doesn't need to convince you. It simply changes the way you see. It changes what you prioritize. It changes the value you place on certain tensions. It changes your response to the noise. It changes your ability to feel present without being swept away by every internal movement. From there, you rest differently. You dream differently. You wake up differently. Not because everything has been resolved, but because not everything weighs the same on you anymore. Tonight, then, don't try to add more light on top of the weight. Allow the weight to give way. Allow the density to loosen. Allow what was compacted in your inner field to lose its place. You don't have to make it perfect. You don't have to understand everything. You just need to stay here, in this serenity, while the night peels away layer upon layer of what no longer needs to be held. And in that quiet, deep retreat, a new perception begins to open within you. It's not a perception born of effort. It's born of cleansing. It's born of reclaimed space. It's born of a less muddled vibration. It's born of a less clogged center. And as it opens, you begin to see more truthfully. Not just the night, not just rest, also your path, also your worth, also that which for a long time has longed to reveal itself within you with a clarity that could only arrive when you finally allowed yourself to release density. Chapter 12. Deep Rest reveals another intelligence. There is an important difference between simply sleeping and entering deep rest. Sleep can occur due to exhaustion, habit, or physical necessity. Deep rest, on the other hand, involves something broader. It involves not only the body slowing down, but also the pressure of the mind, the burden of energy, and the tension accumulated in your inner field. It is a state in which your system ceases to operate defensively and begins to open itself to a wiser reorganization. And when that happens, something begins to reveal itself. Not a noisy response, not an immediate explanation. Another intelligence is revealed. During the day, your life is usually guided by a very specific kind of intelligence. It's the intelligence that solves problems, calculates, organizes, decides, compares, anticipates, and responds. This intelligence is useful. It has its place. It helps you navigate the visible world, take care of what's necessary, maintain structures, and interpret what's happening. But it's not the only kind of wisdom that exists within you. There's another, quieter, deeper intelligence, less eager to intervene. An intelligence that doesn't impose itself through speed, but through clarity. An intelligence that becomes more perceptible when you finally descend low enough to avoid interrupting it with so much noise. Deep rest creates precisely that descent. It doesn't empty you of yourself. It returns you to a more real level. It removes you from excessive stimulation and brings you closer to a zone of your consciousness where not everything operates through analysis. There, many things begin to fall into place without needing to be thought about repeatedly. There, perception changes. There, what seemed solid begins to loosen. There, some answers don't arrive in the form of a sentence, but as relief, gentle certainty, tension-free guidance. That is another kind of intelligence at work. Perhaps for a long time, you have relied almost exclusively on the part of yourself that understands through the mind. Perhaps you have tried to resolve even the deepest questions through the logic of control, reasoning, or prediction. There is nothing wrong with that. It was a way of sustaining yourself. But there are dimensions of your experience that do not open up under mental pressure. There are truths that do not become clear the more you pursue them. There are processes that mature better when your vigilance is lowered. And that is difficult to accept if you have learned to value only the intelligence that is awake, active, and under tension. However, the night comes to teach you that there is also a wisdom that works in stillness. A wisdom that doesn't need to constantly proclaim its presence. A wisdom that accommodates, refines, orders, and reveals as you loosen up. It is not a force separate from you, nor is it an external voice that decides for you. It is part of the deep consciousness that dwells within you. It is an intelligence that recognizes connections the agitated mind misses. It perceives proportions that haste distorts. It distinguishes between urgency and truth. It knows how to wait. It knows how to refine. It knows how to show you when you are ready, that which could not enter a saturated inner world. Think about how many times an insight came after you'd rested, not while you were demanding an answer from yourself. How many times a sense of clarity appeared upon waking without having been forced during the night? How many times what seemed tangled lost its complexity after you loosened it up a bit? This doesn't happen by chance. It happens because, in deeper states of rest, other layers of your intelligence begin to operate. Layers less dominated by the compulsion to control, layers closer to inner coherence, layers that don't replace the mind, but rather order it from a broader perspective. That intelligence doesn't operate amidst noise. That's why it needs something within you to learn to trust in rest. It needs you to stop treating each night as an extension of effort. It needs you to stop turning the moment of letting go into a new task. Because as soon as you try to control everything, you reactivate the superficial structure that disrupts the depth. Deep rest isn't conquered, it's allowed. And by allowing it, it opens a door that usually remains half-closed during the day. The beauty of this other intelligence is that it doesn't just solve practical problems. It also works on your energy, your perception, your identity, and your ability to align with who you truly are. It helps you separate what really matters from what only seemed enormous due to exhaustion or tension. It helps you clear certain burdens without dramatizing them. It helps you approach a simpler truth, less distorted by fear or excessive demands. It doesn't always do so dramatically. Sometimes it simply leaves a feeling of greater order. And that order, though silent, is profoundly transformative. Perhaps you've spent too much time believing that you're only making progress when you're doing something visible. But deep rest is also inner work, just in a different language. Not the language of haste, but of integration. Not the language of struggle, but of refinement. Not the language of control, but the language of intelligence that knows how to reorganize without imposing itself. When you enter that kind of rest, something within you ceases to be in charge of the surface and begins to receive guidance from deeper within. That guidance doesn't always come as concrete instructions. Sometimes it appears as a reduction of noise, as a clarity that simplifies, as a peace that allows you to feel better, as a lessening of what once seemed unbearable. This other intelligence won't always tell you what to do tomorrow, but it can show you, with subtle precision, what you no longer need to carry tonight. And that alone transforms your field. Because not all progress is about adding. Sometimes it's about letting a wise part of you remove what's superfluous. When you truly rest, your inner self stops operating solely from reaction. And by lessening your reactions, it can begin to listen. This listening is essential because many of the answers you seek aren't hidden away. They're buried under too much activity, too much tension, too many attempts to solve everything from the same mental layer. Deep rest lifts that veil. It allows what's important to breathe. And in that space, what's true begins to take precedence over what's urgent. This also changes your relationship with trust, because trusting doesn't mean passively waiting for something to fix itself. It means recognizing that not everything depends on your constant vigilance. It means accepting that there are processes that continue to unfold even after you stop interfering. It means understanding that your consciousness has deeper resources than the agitated mind usually acknowledges. Deep rest teaches you this without words. It shows it to you in practice. It shows you that the night can work in your favor when you don't fill it entirely with resistance. There is something profoundly restorative in that understanding. It frees you from the idea that you must carry everything until the end of the day. It allows you to release the burden of always being in complete control of every internal movement. It reminds you that you are not alone within yourself, that in addition to the mind that organizes, there is the consciousness that integrates, that in addition to the thought that analyzes, there is the intelligence that orders from silence, that in addition to effort, there is a depth that knows how to guide you toward greater coherence if you offer it a little space. Your vibration changes significantly when this intelligence is able to act, because its work diminishes internal contradictions, loosens rigidities, reduces density, and restores alignment. The more you truly rest, the less muddled your energy becomes. It gets less trapped in past scenarios or repeated tensions. It's less preoccupied with maintaining structures that no longer represent it. Then your frequency clarifies in a very natural way. Not because you force yourself to feel elevated, but because something wiser clears the ground from within. And this cleansing doesn't just affect your peace. It also affects your purpose. Purpose needs a less invaded consciousness. It needs a field where deep guidance isn't buried under noise and excess. The other, intelligence, fosters precisely that. It doesn't always give you the complete map, but it does sharpen your ability to recognize what makes sense and what doesn't. It makes you more sensitive to true resonance. It helps you distinguish between ambition, born of pressure, and direction, born of truth. That difference is crucial. Sometimes you search for purpose as if it were a brilliant idea that should fall upon you. But often it reveals itself in another way. It reveals itself when your inner self becomes clear enough to recognize what was already trying to approach. It reveals itself when deep rest clears away interference. It reveals itself when that quiet intelligence puts everything into a more just proportion. Then you no longer chase so much. You begin to perceive. And perceiving with truth is worth more than searching desperately. The law of assumption also enters a more mature dimension here, because assuming a new identity isn't just repeating it with a waking mind. It's also allowing that identity to find inner ground where it can take root. Deep rest helps create that ground. It reduces the power of old identifications. It lessens the tension with which you hold old concepts about yourself. It loosens the structure that held a limited version of your energy. And in that loosening, a new truth can begin to feel less alien. You don't need to force that transformation. You need to trust that there's a part of you capable of collaborating with it while you rest. That trust isn't naivete. It's spiritual wisdom. It's ceasing to treat the night as an empty parenthesis. It's recognizing it as a space where your being continues working toward your coherence, your clarity, and your alignment. That other intelligence doesn't rest when you relax. Rather, it becomes more accessible. Perhaps tonight you can perceive it simply, maybe as a feeling that you don't have to resolve everything now. Maybe as the intuition that something will settle better if you let it go. Maybe as a small piece that reminds you that excessive activity isn't always a sign of depth. Maybe as a gentle certainty that within you there is a wiser order than that of your haste. That perception is enough. You don't need to turn it into a theory. Just recognize it. As the night deepens, that other intelligence continues to work. It removes what no longer needs to govern you. It repositions what was out of place. It diminishes the power of what seemed enormous, simply through exhaustion. It clarifies what saturation had obscured. It doesn't need to announce itself. Its way of working is silent, but its effects are real. They bring you closer to a cleaner vibration. They restore a more trusting relationship with yourself. They prepare you to awaken lighter and with a greater capacity to hear what truly matters. This is one of the great revelations of the night. Not everything is understood when you're most active. Some of the most valuable insights emerge when you descend, when you surrender, when you allow deep rest to open a zone where consciousness is no longer driven solely by the surface. There, in that depth that doesn't demand, doesn't push, and doesn't need to show off, another intelligence begins to operate. And the more you acknowledge it, the more your way of resting and living changes. You stop seeing the night as a mere retreat. You begin to see it as an alliance, a space where the best of you can continue to organize itself even as you let go. A space where the soul doesn't need to compete with the noise. A space where truth becomes more accessible because it's no longer interrupted by so much tension. Then, you understand something essential. Deep rest doesn't just restore you. It also reveals that within you, there has always existed a wiser, more serene intelligence, closer to your purpose than you had ever imagined. Chapter 13. Your inner field begins to clear. There comes a point in this nightly journey when you no longer just perceive rest, relief, or a decrease in noise. You begin to notice something more precise, as if there were less fog within you, less confusion, less interference. It's not yet absolute clarity nor total certainty about everything you experience, but it is a significant transformation. Your inner field begins to clear. This clarity doesn't appear by accident. It's the consequence of what has been settling within you throughout this process. The body stopped mounting so much defense. The mind loosened its need to control every movement. Silence ordered overlapping layers. Energy began to reclaim its place. Presence returned to the center. Resistance lost its strength. Tension subsided. The night began to reorganize what had been scattered. What was silent found the beginning of alignment. Density began to release. Deep rest opened space for another intelligence. All of this has been preparing for this moment. Clarity doesn't arrive as a sudden interruption. It arrives as the natural result of a purification. For a long time, perhaps you lived with an inner field filled with conflicting stimuli, overlapping thoughts, emotions that couldn't find their place, old reactions acting alongside new intuitions, true desires mingled with inherited expectations, weariness, haste, demands, subtle background alarms, internal loyalties that no longer made sense but remained active. All of this can make your inner life murky, not necessarily chaotic on the surface, but certainly unclear. Then you feel a lot, you think a lot, you try to understand a lot, and yet there's a sense of fog, as if something essential still remains elusive. That fog doesn't mean you're lost. Often, it simply means there's too much content occupying the same space. When multiple layers compete for attention, perception becomes saturated. And when perception is saturated, the inner field loses transparency. You can't quite tell what comes from fear and what comes from true intuition. You struggle to distinguish between genuine urgency and learned pressure. You can't recognize whether a certain unease stems from an important sign or a mental habit. Everything becomes harder to read. That's why inner clarity is so valuable, because it doesn't just bring peace, it also brings discernment. Your inner field is like a living atmosphere. It's not an empty vessel or an abstract idea. It's the space where your energy, attention, emotions, thoughts, active memory, perception of the present, and connection to the subtle realms all converge. If that atmosphere is too charged, your experience of life is disrupted. If it's clear and uncluttered, you begin to feel differently. Not because the outside world immediately changes, but because you stop viewing it from such a clouded perspective. And that profoundly alters the quality of everything. Inner clarity doesn't always feel like enthusiasm. Sometimes it feels like sobriety, like a calm that doesn't need to exaggerate anything, like a more stable perception, like a reduction of drama, like a simpler relationship with what once seemed complex. Suddenly, something stops confusing you so much. A thought loses its weight. An emotion finds its proportion. A worry no longer occupies the entire field. A truth becomes evident without noise. That kind of clarity is silent, but it transforms. You might not fully recognize it at first because you've spent so much time identifying with constant inner movement. Perhaps you grew accustomed to a state where something was always pressing, demanding, anticipating, or interfering. So, when clarity begins to arrive, a part of you might feel it's almost alien, as if something is missing, as if the noise had been for too long, proof that you were thinking, processing, busying yourself. But clarity isn't the absence of depth. It's depth without confusion. It's awareness without saturation. It's sensitivity without overflow. This is crucial for your evolution, because a clear consciousness perceives with greater truth. And perceiving with greater truth changes your choices, your vibration, and your relationship with purpose. When your inner field is murky, you make decisions from mixed states. You interpret signals from active wounds. You evaluate possibilities from a place of pressure. You seek answers from a place of urgency. In contrast, when your field begins to clear, not everything competes with the same force. What is essential gains presence. What is secondary loses authority. And then something within you begins to orient itself with less noise. Perhaps for the first time in a long time, you can feel that you don't need to fight so hard to understand yourself. That some things simply become clearer when you stop filling everything with tension. That it wasn't a lack of ability that prevented you from seeing clearly, but an excess of confusion. That your clarity wasn't broken, it was covered up. And now, layer by layer, it begins to reveal itself. Inner clarity also changes how you experience the night. It's no longer just a space to let yourself go. It becomes an atmosphere where your consciousness can see itself with less distortion. Not because everything is resolved, but because what was once dense has begun to loosen. The night has done its work. It has removed some of the excess. It has cooled the rush. It has diminished the volume of the unnecessary. And in that diminishment, your inner field has begun to better reflect what is truly happening within you. Reflecting more clearly doesn't mean getting caught up in every detail. It means having a more accurate vision, seeing when something is a genuine sign and when it's just an echo, seeing which ideas come from your center and which ones are born from contraction, seeing which emotions need space and which ones were simply accumulating without direction, seeing where you're being honest with yourself and where you're still holding onto an image that no longer corresponds. This vision isn't about judging yourself. It's about giving you back your freedom. Because when you see more clearly, you stop giving so much energy to what doesn't deserve to continue ruling you. Perhaps a significant part of your recent weariness stemmed not only from what you were doing, but also from the difficulty of navigating an unclear inner world. That's incredibly exhausting. It's exhausting not knowing exactly what you feel. It's exhausting to overthink without arriving at a truth. It's exhausting trying to move forward while everything inside seems muddled. It's exhausting living with confusing internal signals. That's why clarity is such a profound relief. Not because it makes you perfect, but because it stops you from having to constantly struggle to navigate through the fog. And when you no longer navigate through fog, your relationship with trust also changes. You begin to trust, not because you have absolute external guarantees, but because your inner self becomes a more legible place. You can better sense what expands you and what diminishes you, what strengthens you and what drains you, what has roots and what is merely a disguised urgency. This trust is very different from self-suggestion. It arises from clearing the field. It arises from the real experience of being less confused by what you are going through. Inner clarity is a form of vibrational elevation, not always bright, not always intense, but profoundly stable. A raised vibration doesn't need to be excited. It can be serene. It can feel like a gentle crispness, like an energy no longer tainted by so many active contradictions, like a presence that isn't so easily lost in mental narratives. When your field clears, your vibration rises because the density that was interfering with it diminishes. And that has direct effects on your ability to hold a new truth about yourself. The law of assumption becomes much more powerful in a clear field, because assuming a new identity isn't just about repeating it, but about inhabiting it with less internal resistance. When your inner world is confused, any new truth competes with too many voices, too many tensions, too many old images. But when your field becomes clear, not everything carries the same weight. Then a new identity can begin to settle in more naturally. Not because you force it, but because the ground finally welcomes it. This is essential if your deepest intention is to move closer to your purpose. Purpose requires an inner field where resonance can be felt. It's not enough to simply want to know. You need to be able to perceive without so much interference. You need to be clear enough to notice the difference between an attractive idea and a true direction, between a goal built under pressure and a calling born from the soul. That difference is almost never recognized in a murky field. It is recognized when something within you becomes clear. And perhaps that's exactly what begins to happen tonight. Not total clarity about your entire life, but enough clarity to begin trusting your perception again. Enough to know that not everything that troubles you deserves attention. Enough to notice that some burdens no longer carry the same weight. Enough to feel that what is true doesn't need to shout to be noticed. Enough to rest with a newfound sense of order. You might notice it in simple ways. An idea that stops circling, an emotion that no longer feels so tangled, a worry that loses its dramatic intensity, a clearer perception of what you do want to hold on to, a small but real relief. All of this is part of the same transformation. Your inner world is clearing. It's ceasing to be a surface filled with jumbled noise and becoming a more transparent, more breathable space, more true to your own nature. And in such a space, presence settles more easily. The soul becomes more perceptible. Energy encounters fewer obstacles. Rest becomes deeper. The night grows wiser. You no longer need to push so hard to receive clarity. Clarity begins to emerge on its own, as a natural consequence of all that has been released. This profoundly changes your relationship with yourself. You become less dependent on control and more open to true perception, less trapped in excess and closer to what is essential. At this stage of the process, you can begin to understand that clarity isn't a distant prize. It's a state that reveals itself when your inner world is no longer overwhelmed by too many things at once. You don't have to manufacture it. You have to allow it. You have to create the conditions. And tonight, those conditions are already here. The noise has subsided. The tension has eased. The density has loosened. Deep rest has opened a new layer. That's why your inner field is beginning to clear. And when it becomes clear, you change too. Your perception changes. Your choices change. The weight of your thoughts changes. The quality of your peace changes. Your relationship with what you seek changes. Because from clarity, you no longer pursue desperately. You recognize. And in that serene, clean, and increasingly stable recognition, something within you begins to prepare to see not only the night more clearly, but also the path that slowly begins to reveal itself from within. Chapter 14. Conscience observes without interfering. When your inner field begins to clear, a possibility arises that completely changes the quality of your experience. It's not just less noise, less tension, or more space. A new inner position emerges, a position from which you don't need to react immediately to everything that passes through you. It's a different way of being present, broader, more stable, quieter. In it, awareness observes without interfering. This capacity is one of the most profound on the inner path, though it often goes unnoticed. Because for much of the day, you may have lived according to a different logic. The logic of responding, correcting, interpreting, defending, supporting, pushing, or resolving. All of that has its place at certain times. But when it becomes constant, you end up believing that your only way to inhabit yourself is to intervene in every sensation, every thought, every emotion, every uncertainty. Then, consciousness loses its breadth and becomes reaction. It becomes constant commentary. It becomes automatic identification with everything that arises. However, there is another kind of presence, a presence that doesn't rush in, that doesn't merge with every internal content, that doesn't need to alter everything it observes. That is consciousness, when it begins to recognize itself beyond the habit of interfering. It is not passivity, it is not indifference, nor is it cold distance. It is a cleaner closeness, a truer way of accompanying what happens without adding an extra layer of tension to it. Think about how often a thought arises and another thought immediately jumps in to correct, judge, analyze, or fear it. How often an emotion stirs within you and the impulse to change it, hide it, understand it too quickly, or defend yourself against it immediately arises. How often a feeling of doubt sparks a mental race to find immediate answers. This impulse to interfere is very common. The mind believes that if it doesn't act immediately, it will lose control. But not every observation needs intervention. Not every internal experience requires immediate attention. Nighttime offers a privileged setting for discovering this. Because as external activity subsides, the way you relate to your own inner world becomes more visible. If everything that arises within you automatically receives a reaction, your field doesn't truly rest. It remains saturated. It remains active. It remains under the urge to intervene. But when consciousness begins to observe without interfering, something very profound changes. Thoughts lose some of their power. Emotions find more space to organize themselves. Energy stops swirling so wildly around each thought. And silence becomes more fertile. Observing without interfering doesn't mean you'll never act, never think, or never make decisions. It means recognizing that there's a moment before all inner action, a moment of pure presence, an instant in which you can see what's happening without being caught up in the immediate impulse to change everything. That moment is precious because true discernment is born there. While you react automatically, you're not truly choosing, you're just repeating. But when you observe first, without interference, your response ceases to be a reflex and begins to become awareness. Perhaps until now, you've confused observation with passivity, or believed that if you didn't intervene immediately, you were being negligent. But often, constant interference doesn't care. It complicates. It amplifies. It mixes things up. What could have passed smoothly becomes trapped in a web of interpretation. What could have been tidied up on its own becomes heavier due to excessive reactive attention. What was a fleeting emotion ends up becoming a story. What was a minor unease becomes a whole system of worry. All of this happens when consciousness doesn't yet know how to observe without intruding. Serene awareness works differently. It sees without rushing. It recognizes without labeling too quickly. It remains without imposing an immediate form on what is still revealing itself. This way of observing is profoundly spiritual because it arises from an identity less fused with mental and emotional activity. You are no longer simply what you think or feel. You begin to recognize that you are also the vastness that can contemplate all of that without getting lost. And that vastness transforms the night because it gives you back a much more habitable inner space. Perhaps this becomes clearer if you imagine the night sky. Clouds may pass, winds may shift, changes in light may alter the visible surface. But the sky doesn't chase after every shape that crosses it. It doesn't cling, it doesn't fight, it doesn't reduce itself to every cloud. It remains. Something similar begins to reveal itself within you when awareness observes without interfering. Your thoughts may pass, your emotions may shift, your memories may surface, your questions may arise. But you no longer need to become each of those shapes. You can remain as the observing space. This stillness brings not only peace, but also truth. Because when you stop constantly interfering, you begin to see the true nature of what dwells within you. Some thoughts, no longer receiving so much attention, dissolve. Some emotions, left uncontested, find their natural course. Some tensions, no longer reinforced by fear, lose intensity. Some intuitions, not stifled by immediate analysis, become more perceptible. Observing without interfering is not an absence of participation. It is a wiser participation. This radically changes your relationship with the mind. The mind no longer has to lead everything. It can continue to fulfill its function, but it ceases to be the sole authoritative voice. A deeper awareness emerges, one that doesn't rush, dramatize, or force anything. An awareness that knows how to wait a little longer before concluding. That knows how to remain with the experience without demanding an instant explanation. That knows how to let the night do its part without intruding on every process with haste. This awareness is a sign of inner maturity. Spiritual maturity isn't about not having thoughts, emotions, or moments of confusion. It's about not being swept away by them in the same way. It's about inhabiting a more stable inner space, a place from which you can observe what's happening without adding unnecessary conflict. A place from which you understand that not every intervention improves things. Sometimes the highest consciousness isn't the one that does the most, but the one that interferes the least, the one that creates space, the one that allows the truth to reveal itself without being distorted by the rush to interpret it. There is something very healing in this, even without making absolute promises about any process, because a large part of your inner weariness may have stemmed from constant interference, from never letting anything simply be seen before being manipulated, from constantly correcting yourself, explaining yourself, rushing yourself, defending yourself, or changing yourself from within. That consumes a great deal of energy. It drains your attention. It raises your vibration. It disrupts your rest. In contrast, when awareness observes without interfering, you recover inner resources. You regain spaciousness. You regain order. And by restoring that order, your perception of purpose is also cleansed. Because purpose doesn't easily reveal itself to a consciousness that interrupts every signal with immediate control. Purpose needs a field where observation is clear enough to recognize resonance. If you interfere all the time, you can't clearly distinguish what is intuition and what is fear, what is truth and what is reaction, what comes from your center and what comes from the habit of forcing the path. But when you observe without interfering, you begin to notice subtle differences. And those differences are crucial. Perhaps you'll discover that some desires only shone under pressure, but fade when consciousness observes them calmly. Perhaps you'll discover that certain doubts lose their power as soon as you stop feeding them. Perhaps you'll discover that true direction doesn't need to be forcefully imposed. It feels different, more stable, deeper, purer. This clarity only becomes accessible when consciousness learns to observe without intruding. The law of assumption takes on a special depth here, because assuming a new identity isn't about fighting every old thought that arises, nor is it about compulsively interfering with every internal state to force it to conform to a desired idea. Mature assumption involves observing old patterns without feeding them, seeing them without merging with them, recognizing them without making them the center again, letting them lose their power through lack of identification, and at the same time, allowing a new inner truth to gain ground. This is only possible when consciousness knows how to observe without being trapped by the need to correct everything instantly. Tonight, you may begin to feel this capacity in a very simple way. Perhaps as a thought that arises and passes without drawing you in. Perhaps as an emotion that stirs and doesn't need to be explained at the time. Perhaps as a disquiet that no longer grows because it doesn't receive the same kind of mental nourishment. Perhaps as a different kind of peace, not the peace that eliminates all experience, but the peace that allows you to see it without being overwhelmed by it. That peace is a sign that consciousness is occupying a truer place. And the more authentic that place is, the more your vibration changes. Because a high vibration isn't just enthusiasm, inspiration, or sudden lightness. It's also the capacity to sustain expansiveness, the capacity to avoid overwhelming each experience with overreaction, the capacity to let go without losing presence, That elevates you because it reduces friction. It reduces interference. It reduces the added weight that so often complicated what was already happening. Observing consciousness is a great purifier of the inner field. Perhaps now you can feel that not everything that arises within you deserves to be followed. Not everything deserves analysis. Not everything requires a response. Some things simply need to be observed to lose their power. Others need time. Others need silence. Others weren't as important as they seemed when the atmosphere was most tense. Non-interference observation teaches you precisely that. It teaches you proportion. It teaches you not to give everything center stage. It teaches you to remain at a higher, clearer, more reliable point. This learning is immense because it restores your inner sovereignty without rigidity. It's no longer about trying to control your inner world more forcefully. It's about inhabiting it with greater awareness. It's no longer about suppressing what you feel. It's about accompanying it without adding an unnecessary layer of resistance. It's no longer about seeking a perfect mind. It's about recognizing that there is a broader consciousness within you that can observe movement without being diminished by it. And when that consciousness becomes more stable, the entire night changes in quality. Now the rest is deeper. The energy is better ordered. The chest feels less invaded. The inner field continues to clear. What was silent finds more space. Density continues to release. All of this is strengthened when consciousness learns not to interrupt the process with fear, control, or overinterpretation. Serene observation not only accompanies it, also allows the truth to emerge with fewer obstacles. At this point in your journey, you may already understand something essential. You don't need to intervene in everything to nurture your process. You don't need to react to every internal movement to be present. You don't need to control every layer of the night to move forward. Sometimes the wisest thing is to observe, remain, and let what has no root pass. Let what needs order settle. Let what is true take shape without being forced. And as the night deepens, this new inner position takes hold. Consciousness observes without interfering. It looks without fear. It remains without rigidity. It acknowledges without invading. And from this silent vastness, something within you becomes freer, clearer, and closer to a peace that doesn't depend on eliminating all experience, but rather on no longer being caught in each of its waves. There, in this more mature and luminous form of presence, your soul begins to feel accompanied by a higher intelligence, a purer vibration, and an inner truth that no longer needs to fight to be recognized. Chapter 15. Everything scattered can find direction. There comes a stage on the inner journey where simply resting, releasing tension, or clearing the space is no longer enough. A moment arrives when something within you begins to yearn for direction. Not a direction imposed by haste, nor a fabricated answer to quell uncertainty, but a true direction. A sense of order that brings together what has been scattered. A coherence that allows your energy to stop moving in so many directions simultaneously. And the truth is this: everything scattered can find direction. Dispersal doesn't always present itself as obvious chaos. Sometimes it's silent. Sometimes you keep functioning, fulfilling obligations, responding, even seemingly making progress. While inside, your attention is fragmented, your energy scattered, and your deepest desires mixed with multiple impulses that aren't all going in the same direction. One part of you wants peace. Another still harbors tension. One part yearns for purpose. Another continues to obey old demands. One part seeks truth. Another is so afraid of change that it prefers to remain stuck in repetition. All of this creates a scattered inner experience, not necessarily noisy, but divided nonetheless. Perhaps that's why at times you felt like you're doing so much, yet something essential hasn't quite fallen into place. As if life were moving forward on the outside, but inside, certain pieces remained loose. As if your energy were available for too many fronts at once and too little focused on a central truth. This feeling doesn't arise from a lack of courage or ability. It arises because what's scattered hasn't yet found a clear axis. And the night, at this point in your journey, can begin to offer you precisely that. The possibility for what was dispersed to begin to find its focus. Finding direction doesn't mean having your entire future figured out. It doesn't mean defining every step, every choice, or every answer all at once. It means something deeper and yet more accessible, allowing your inner self to stop pulling in opposite directions, allowing your energy to begin gathering around what truly matters, allowing the essential to gain weight and the incidental to lose its power to control you. Inner direction doesn't always arrive as a detailed plan. Often, it comes first as coherence. Coherence is felt when something within you ceases to contradict itself so strongly. When you no longer cling with the same force to ideas, fears, loyalties, or habits that go against what your inner self begins to recognize as true. When the inner field clears, consciousness observes without interfering, and silence has done its work, then it becomes easier to notice which aspects of your inner life continue to scatter your energy. And by noticing them, you can begin to let them go with greater honesty. There's a crucial difference between moving and moving forward. You can move around a lot and still remain scattered. You can fill your time, accumulate ideas, try different paths, think endlessly, attend to multiple demands, and still feel that the core of your life remains without real direction. Moving forward, on the other hand, has a different texture. It feels less frantic and more aligned, not necessarily faster, but certainly more genuine. Because moving forward means your energy is no longer so fragmented. It means that what you do, what you hold inside, and what you yearn for begin to resonate at the same frequency. That frequency doesn't come from brute force, it comes from coming together. It comes from allowing what's scattered to cease being normal. Sometimes you've lived so long fragmented between what you owe, what others expect, what you fear losing, what you'd like to change, and what you still can't name, that this dispersion came to seem inevitable. But it's not your essential state. It may have become a habit, yes. It may have been a way of adapting. It may even have allowed you to survive periods where there was no room to ask yourself what was really happening to you. But now, something has changed. The night has been returning layers of presence to you. And from that presence, not everything can remain so fragmented. Your energy needs direction, not to become rigid, but to become whole. Whole energy isn't pulled in too many directions. It doesn't spill over into everything. It doesn't automatically respond to every impulse, every fear, or every inherited expectation. Learn to focus without becoming rigid. Learn to choose without becoming fragmented. Learn to recognize what deserves to be sustained and what only drains your strength. This kind of direction isn't a limitation, it's a liberation. Because scattering is more exhausting than we often realize. It's exhausting to have too many internal conversations going on at once. It's exhausting to hold on to parts of your identity that no longer resonate with you. It's exhausting to keep investing energy in paths that don't originate from your center. It's exhausting to be torn between a truth that's beginning to awaken and an old way of life that refuses to let go. All of that is tiring. All of that dulls your spirit. All of that lowers your vibration. That's why, when what's scattered begins to find direction, a profound relief arises. Not because everything is suddenly resolved, but because you stop living so fragmented. This relief is an important sign. It shows you that authentic direction doesn't always feel like pressure to decide faster. Often, it feels like a reduction of inner conflict, a newfound peace, a sense that some things no longer need to compete within you, and the certainty that you can no longer give your energy at the same level to everything that demands it. That certainty may seem simple, but it makes a big difference. Because from there, you begin to choose with greater inner dignity. Choosing with inner dignity means ceasing to treat your energy as an infinite resource that can be dispersed without consequence. It means recognizing that every thought held, every emotion nurtured, every story repeated, every expectation fulfilled leaves a mark on your energy field. It means accepting that the direction of your life depends not only on external decisions, but also on how you gather your energy around who you truly are. And that isn't achieved through obsessive control. It's achieved through honesty, presence, and an ever-purifying willingness to live from your center. Perhaps you don't yet know exactly what the final form of your purpose will be. That's okay. You don't need to know it completely to begin to find your way. In fact, purpose often doesn't reveal itself to a consciousness that wants to define everything before taking action. It reveals itself to those who begin to organize their field, to gather their energy, and to stop holding so many incompatible directions at once. First, the axis appears. Then, little by little, the external form becomes more legible. That's why this chapter isn't about forcing you to choose a grand mission tonight. It's about something more intimate and more real. Beginning to feel that within you, there can be a common direction, an organizing center, a cleaner current to which your energy can surrender without being so divided. And for that, you need to honestly see what scatters you. What internal habits fragment your field? What thoughts pull you away from yourself? What ways of living continue to demand your attention, even though they are no longer aligned with the truth that is beginning to grow in silence? Sometimes what scatters us most isn't major crises, but small, unconscious loyalties. Loyalty to an old identity. Loyalty to a demand that no longer makes sense. Loyalty to an image of yourself that you don't want to disappoint. Loyalty to the fear of change. Loyalty to a way of thinking that keeps you busy so you don't hear what's essential. All of this spreads your energy in multiple directions. And as long as this continues, you'll struggle to feel a true sense of direction. Not because purpose is absent, but because your field hasn't yet fully coalesced. The good news is that the meeting has already begun. This entire nighttime process has prepared you for it. You're not in the same place you were at the beginning. Now there's more silence, more clarity, more observation, more space. Now you can better perceive what was previously completely jumbled together. And so you can begin to allow the scattered thoughts to find a common thread. Not total control, but sufficient direction. Not immediate perfection, but growing coherence. The law of assumption comes into play here with particular depth, because assuming a new identity isn't just about thinking about who you want to be. It's about letting go of so many conflicting internal versions of yourself. It's about allowing a single truth to gain more power than the old distribution of your energy. It's about letting your consciousness become familiar with a clearer direction, a direction in which what you think, what you allow, what you value, and what you imagine for yourself begin to speak the same language. As long as you remain scattered, that assumption becomes unstable. But when you begin to come together, something takes hold. Asserting yourself doesn't mean becoming rigid. It means finding your center, finding your balance, gaining a less fragmented identity. And that has a direct effect on your vibration. because your vibration rises when there's less friction between opposing parts of you, less struggle between what you know and what you continue to tolerate, less distance between your presence and your inner choices, less energy drain into thoughts, desires, or fears that don't belong to your deepest truth. The more direction your field finds, the more your frequency stabilizes. That stability is a silent blessing. It makes you less dependent on the state of the moment, less vulnerable to the ebb and flow of every thought, less prone to being confused by every fleeting impulse. Not because you disconnect from yourself, but because you begin to inhabit a firmer foundation. A foundation that doesn't need to be rigid to be real. A foundation built from the night, from calm, from order, from purification. A foundation born when you stop allowing distraction as if it were your natural way of being. You may not have all the answers tonight, but perhaps you can already sense a clearer question. Perhaps you can already notice what things within you can no longer occupy the same place as before. Perhaps you can already perceive what energetic habits are pulling you away from your center. Perhaps you can already recognize that not every possibility deserves your effort. That is already direction being born. Because direction doesn't always appear first as a resounding yes. Sometimes it appears as a series of serene no's to what is scattering you. Those no's aren't rigid rejection. They're care, their discernment, their love for your energy, their respect for the inner life that's becoming clearer. Every time you choose not to feed an old scattering, your field gains strength. Every time you stop dividing yourself among too many internal demands, your presence becomes sharper. Every time you remember what truly matters, something within you aligns. And from that alignment, direction ceases to be an idea and begins to become experience. The night continues to envelop you. But now it's not just the noise that's subsiding. It's also beginning to gather what was loose, to give direction to what was moving aimlessly, to restore purpose to your energy. Not yet in the final form of your entire journey, but in a more organized, more whole, more authentic inner quality. That's enormous, because when what's scattered finds direction, your whole life can begin to change without the need for noise. It changes the way you rest. It changes the way you think. It changes the weight of certain worries. It changes your relationship with your own worth. It changes your ability to hear your purpose without distorting it with so much tension. It even changes your sense of the future, because it no longer feels like a vague threat, but like a direction you can inhabit step by step. All of this is born here, in this quiet moment when something inside you understands that it can no longer remain divided in the same way. And in that deep and serene understanding, a new truth begins to solidify. All that was scattered can find direction. All that seemed dispersed can begin to gather. All the energy that was lost in so many layers, fears, demands, and tensions can return to a cleaner center. All that within you yearns for truth can begin to organize itself around it, not through imposition, not through anxiety, but because the night has created the space where dispersion loses its power and direction, at last begins to feel like a possible form of peace. Chapter 16. Calm doesn't stop you, it guides you. There's a widespread belief, though rarely voiced openly, that you only make progress under pressure, when you push yourself harder, when you maintain high intensity, and when you never let your guard down. According to this logic, calmness is a useful pause, not a true force. It's a momentary rest, not a direction. And yet, at this point in the evening, you can begin to recognize a different truth. Calmness doesn't stop you. It guides you. For a long time, You may have associated movement with progress and stillness with stagnation. Perhaps you even thought that if you were too still, you would lose momentum, clarity, or ambition. Maybe a part of you learned to trust tension more than serenity, urgency more than presence, noise more than silence. This can happen when life teaches you to respond quickly, to hold on for long periods, to operate even beyond your own natural rhythms. Gradually, intensity becomes the benchmark. And when that intensity wanes, something within you may interpret this as you ceasing to do what is necessary. But the night has been revealing another kind of intelligence to you. You've seen how the body learns to lower its guard, how the mind can release some of its impulse to control, how silence brings order, energy gathers, presence returns, resistance weakens, tension ceases to dominate, density loosens, and the inner field begins to clear. This entire journey leads you to a greater understanding. Calm is not the absence of direction. It is the state in which true direction becomes visible. Confusion often grows in haste. Overwhelm tends to increase when everything competes for your attention. Urgency can make you act, yes, but it doesn't always allow you to see clearly. Sometimes it pushes you, but it doesn't guide you. Sometimes it makes you move, but it doesn't bring you closer to yourself. Calm, on the other hand, has a different quality. It doesn't immobilize you. It restores perspective. It reduces excess. It lowers the volume of what isn't essential. And in doing so, it lets you feel what has roots and what was merely impulsive. That difference changes the course of a life. Think about how many decisions you've made under pressure. How many times you tried to resolve something important while internally you were tense, tired, or overwhelmed. How many times you interpreted an intense emotion as a definitive sign simply because you didn't have enough inner space to see things more clearly. This isn't about judging those moments. They were part of your journey. But now, you can see something else. You can recognize that you don't always need more intensity to find an answer. Often, you need more calm. Calm is not an empty void. It is a form of order. It is a space where your consciousness is no longer pulled in so many directions at once. It is a frequency where the incidental fades into the background and the essential begins to breathe more freely. In calm, your perception shifts. The mind stops exaggerating things. The body stops reacting as if everything were immediate. Energy becomes less reactive. The chest opens a little more. And then, without any additional effort, certain aspects of your truth begin to become clearer. That is guidance, not an external command, not a strident signal. Guidance is feeling something within you gently begin to point out where there is coherence and where there isn't. It's noticing which possibilities expand your presence and which contract it. It's perceiving which thoughts arise from fear and which from your center. It's recognizing that a life with purpose is built not only with effort, but also with listening. And listening only becomes profound when calm finds its place. Perhaps a part of you still fears that calm. Perhaps you associate it with loss of control, with slowness, or with a lack of results. But that association stems from an incomplete understanding. Because true calm doesn't make you less capable. It makes you less confused. It returns energy previously scattered in unnecessary tension. It allows you to see your inner reality with greater perspective. And from that perspective, your choices cease to be so reactive. They become more truthful. Being true to yourself requires calm. Not because truth only exists in quiet moments, but because constant noise can distort your relationship with it. When you're too agitated, it's hard to feel whether something resonates or is merely seductive. It's difficult to distinguish between an inherited expectation and a genuine desire. It's hard to recognize whether you're choosing your path out of love or out of fear of stagnation. Calm clears away these distortions. It doesn't always resolve them all at once, but it does make them visible. And when something becomes truly visible, it can no longer control you in the same way. Sometimes the soul doesn't need you to push it. It needs you to listen. It needs you to stop filling everything with activity. It needs you not to turn each night into a mental continuation of the day. It needs you to allow a space where the profound doesn't have to compete with the urgent. In that space, guidance appears. Not always as a phrase, not always as absolute certainty, but as an inner direction that feels cleaner, firmer, and more real than the usual noise. There is an important difference between calm and resignation. Resignation extinguishes. Calm brings order. Resignation renounces the truth. Calm makes it more perceptible. Resignation can come from weariness or defeat. Calm is born of presence. That is why you don't have to fear that this serenity will make you passive. If it is genuine, the opposite will happen. It will make you more lucid, more capable of acting when necessary, freer from the need to react compulsively, more aligned with a strength that doesn't depend on drama to feel alive. Perhaps the most valuable aspect of calm is that it doesn't need to prove anything. It doesn't need to convince. It doesn't need to rush. Its authority is silent. And that's precisely why it guides so well. Because it doesn't sweep you away. It doesn't manipulate you. It doesn't overwhelm you with unnecessary stimuli. It allows you to perceive. It allows you to hear the difference between a fleeting impulse and a profound direction. It allows you to recognize where your energy stabilizes and where it becomes agitated for no good reason. It is a highly refined form of spiritual intelligence. The law of acceptance becomes much truer when it arises from this calm. Because assuming a new identity isn't about forcing yourself to feel something you can't yet sustain. It's about allowing a new truth to settle into an inner space that is becoming less and less contradictory. And that requires serenity. It requires a calmness capable of being present without violence, of becoming familiar with a cleaner version of yourself without fighting every old thought. Calm provides continuity. Tension interrupts. Calm integrates. Urgency fragments. That's why calm doesn't distance you from transformation. It makes it possible. Your vibration also becomes more stable in stillness, not just higher, but more reliable. When you depend on intense states to feel connected, any dip in energy can feel like a loss. But when you learn to recognize stillness as a higher frequency, you discover something very important. Stability is a form of elevation. A serene and sustained peace is worth more than many bright but fragile moments. A calm consciousness can listen better, choose better, and hold what it recognizes as true. Perhaps until now, you've looked for signs of purpose in exceptional states, in very intense intuitions, or in moments of great emotion. And it's true that sometimes life expresses itself in these ways. But many other times, purpose approaches more quietly. It makes itself felt as a growing coherence, as an inner affinity, as a direction that doesn't shout but remains, as a strange peace when you think about a path, a way of living, a truth about yourself. That peace is precious. Don't underestimate it. Because often what guides you isn't what makes the most noise, but what most deeply calms you. Calmness also restores your inner sovereignty. You no longer react to every stimulus as if they all deserve the same level of importance. You no longer give your energy to everything that tries to capture it. You no longer take every thought as an order. You begin to choose from a more stable center. And that stability guides you not only toward better decisions, but also toward a more dignified relationship with yourself. You stop living at the mercy of impulse. You begin to live from a presence that knows how to wait long enough to see clearly. That changes everything. It changes how you rest. It changes how you understand your tiredness. It changes how you interpret your emotions. It changes the value you place on certain urgent matters. It even changes your relationship with time. You no longer feel you have to resolve everything completely today. You understand that true direction can mature, that a profound truth can be revealed layer by layer, that not all growth needs to be rushed to be authentic. And in that understanding, anxiety loses some of its power. It doesn't mean all anxiety disappears. It means it no longer dominates your center. Calm begins to occupy that space. A calm with presence. A calm with direction. A calm that doesn't lull you to sleep, but sharpens you. A calm that doesn't distance you from life, but draws you closer to it without so much noise. This calm may seem discreet, but it contains enormous strength, because from there you can recognize more accurately what deserves your energy and what doesn't, which path expands your truth and which diminishes it, which way of being with yourself is most like who you truly are. Perhaps tonight you can finally accept that you don't need to be at war with yourself to move forward. You don't need to tense up to feel alive. You don't need to be constantly rushing around to believe you're serious about your transformation. You can be serious from a place of calm. You can commit from a place of serenity. You can delve deeper from a place of stillness. You can approach your purpose without turning it into a desperate pursuit. In fact, that's one of the most mature ways to approach it. Calm guides because it restores unity. It gathers what was scattered. It cools what was overactive. It makes visible what was buried by excess. It shows you which thoughts were just repetition, which tensions had no true root, which desires weren't yours, which intuitions had been drowned out by the noise. That is its function. Not to stop you, but to prepare you for a truer movement, a less impulsive and more aligned movement, less frantic and deeper, less governed by fear and more guided by presence. By this time of night, you might already feel it. There's less need to rush, less urgency to define everything, less weight on certain thoughts, less willingness to keep holding on to what's pulling you away from yourself. Instead, there's a new axis, a more serene center, a clearer listening, a sense that something is beginning to fall into place. Not because you forced it, but because you finally made space for the truth to breathe. And that truth, when it breathes calmly, guides. It guides without shouting. It guides without pressure. It guides without the need for spectacle. It shows you where real life exists, where your energy becomes more honest, where your chest opens, where your presence is sustained with less effort, where your soul seems to recognize its own territory. Perhaps you still can't name it all. It doesn't have to. You're already closer. Because when calm truly enters, it ceases to seem like an empty pause and reveals itself as what it always was, an inner compass. Tonight you can rest in that certainty. You are not losing momentum. You are gaining direction. You are not falling behind. You are ceasing to move in circles within the noise. You are not fading away. You are clearing the space where your truest fire can burn without being confused by the turmoil. Calm does not hold you back. It guides you. And in that serene, profound, and ever more reliable guidance, something within you begins to understand that the path to your purpose does not always open with greater force, but with greater truth. Before we say goodbye, I want to remind you that the first link to explore this topic in much greater depth is in the description. Don't just settle for knowing a little more. Invest in yourself, follow your curiosity, and discover everything you're capable of achieving. See you soon!